up, left, right, A, B, back.
No cheating!
Well,
Come on,
and now that the
started.
well, now that the broadcast is live and we've started recording, hey, this is Aaron. Yeah, so hey, this is Aaron Karsten with Role Playing Public Radio, and this is a Patreon-sponsored game. We are playing Base Raiders: Return of the Robot Assassin. So, after many years, something might have happened to this character that is technically not in the same continuity. We haven't really determined yet, but anyway. Not the biggest issues, but we have our brave group of noble or ignoble base raiders, depending on how you go, and we'll have everybody start introducing themselves, starting with Scribblykins.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to be playing the Suit, professional gadgeteer and guilt-conscious profiteer, whose whole existence now focuses around earning money for his business. His real-life business, while on the sly being a salesperson of special devices, technological devices, for the underground and others. But he's no longer selling to everyone, because the last time he sold to a supervillain, that ended kind of badly.
Which is a constant story, especially if you look back into kind of iconoclast story. Although I did have a question with your character, though. Was this in any way inspired by that? What was it, the Jackie Chan movie that kind of had the same suit?
Tuxedo?
Yeah, the tuxedo.
No, actually not. I haven't watched that many Jackie Chan movies.
Okay,
but...
no problem. So it's actually one I've only seen 2 parts of, but I was immediately drawn to that. I was like, is that what he's basing it off of? It's cool regardless.
I have friends that praise the Tuxedo as one of Jackie Chan's best works.
Which works, though. But no, great character. All right, Ethan.
I am playing Spring-Loaded Skelebot. Really very impressive mook. Used to guard the basement of a sewer entrance of a supervillain's base. Now got himself some nice high-tech spring-loaded hand devices that he uses to raid bases for all of the other unfortunate low-powered mooks left behind by Ragnarok.
So
the mostest of the mooks.
No, you're kind of living the dream that you decided to promote yourself from mook or underling to full-fledged raider. So
one group of people who need do-it-yourself superpowers. The people who have lived their whole life getting beat down by people with superpowers.
Absolutely. So no, good one. So all right, Micah, you're next.
Oh. Hello, I'm Micah. I am playing Charles Murdoch, an adventurer, a retired Canadian Armed Forces officer, and a retired international firefighter.
So,
what a retirement.
Then what drew your character into base raiding? Because he kind of sounds like, what was it, the Jack Dare or Sergeant Rock kind of character.
Unfortunately, it was during his last day as a firefighter. They were putting out a fire in New York, and he went back in because he thought he heard someone still inside there. Turns out there was a pyrokinetic arson just standing, inside there, fighting with some agents of the underground. My character actually assisted the underground, but got caught up in the heat of the blaze and passed out, but woke up in the underground to be offered a job, or be made a deal he couldn't refuse, and he's stuck with the underground now.
I feel there should be special mention of his unique skill, operate heavy machinery.
Yeah, I purposely did that when Ross announced this game. I had originally had a much longer name, and I thought, he's announcing another one, so I changed it to Operate Heavy Machinery just because I was thinking of Ross's, and I was listening to the Iconoclast Glancy game from this year's Gen Con. When we were all...
Oh, God, I love that game. I love that premise so much.
Running headlong into death.
Yeah.
And I'd like to point out that every time you hear that camera phone picture being taken, that's me taking the picture.
Yes. So that's
unfortunately I didn't have. I did not have my camera with me, so I couldn't take it quietly, and that was the only thing I had available to me at the time.
Oh no! Again, you weren't a bother, and we enjoyed the process so much. But
I also liked. There's one last detail I'd like to put off before. I was playing around with the guys there. At one point, I stole Ross's dice and replaced them with donuts or mini muffins. That was it.
Yeah, it's the mini muffins, I was sadly complicit in that. Wait, sadly no, awesomely complicit in that. So
awesomely complicit.
A blueberry muffin and a chocolate muffin. So that way you could tell the difference between them when he rolled them.
We've secretly replaced Ross's dice with chocolate muffins.
So let this become a thing, everybody. Let this become a thing. If you ever meet Ross and you want to screw with him, pull out some like little donuts, muffins, whatever they are, but of 2 different colors, and put them where his dice should be. He'll get the joke.
He will. So do it next to Gen Con. Just shower him with tiny pastries. So.
You could buy like a dice-shaped.
And that's how Ross died.
And make cakes shaped like dice. Anyway.
But on the end of that little digression, Ray, tell us who you are.
Hi, I'm Raymond. Today I'm going to be playing the Great Barrier, or Barry for short. His actual name isn't Barry; it's Solomon, but whatever. So I am playing as a former adventure tourist / thrill seeker who, while exploring an abandoned tropical island with friends, came across the last of an alien race that infected him and made him its host. So I am covered in a living coral armor. And what drew me into base raiding is it's really hard to get a job when you're made of coral. And he'd really like to not be made of coral anymore.
And there's also the voices in your head.
Yeah, indeed. The coral sometimes compels me, in the power of Christ kind of way.
The power of coral compels you.
Oh, and I also have superpowered board shorts, to cover my modesty.
No, because
the highest tech board shorts you could get. Smarter than most iPhones.
So at least I'm not sure what the suite of sensors in there, but that could be an upgrade for next time. So. That's for your particular shorts.
They're just really bad at ripping. They can't. That's the main advantage.
The main advantage to it just has enough of a tight carbon fiber weave.
When you've got shape-shifting coral skin, you kind of need flexible and durable materials for your clothing.
But yeah, absolutely. Since kind of jumping off of the point from Barry's particular problems, you are all part, all base raiders, and all part of at least interacting with the underground community that has been able to support you financially and physically in some cases by providing you with different equipment that you need. But in this particular case, you all find yourself at the high-rise home of the base raiding inventor known as Iconoclast. You have been called in as a favor from Beatrice, the leader of the Underground, for a particular mission that she said needs to be handled with some amount of delicacy. So. And unfortunately, unfortunately, other people are not on base at this time. Apparently, there's another group dealing with the issues of a certain Sparkles the Unicorn that has taken precedence. So, you have been called in. Oh, sorry, Ethan.
Oh, nothing. Just that Sparkle situation. How dangerous could that possibly be?
And well, you're hearing rumors. Apparently, there were rumors coming out, and of Colorado, of a big fight that went on with some group called Avalon's Ideal. So, you've heard rumors about them and being a little bit enthusiastic or overly enthusiastic about how they do their jobs. So, but in any case. You are all invited into into Avalon's penthouse apartment. It is completely decked out with it's like every imaginable piece of futuristic-looking technology. You see different bits of Ludian, gray.
Did you just say Avalon's apartment?
Excuse
Yeah,
me,
he meant to say Icon.
excuse me, Icon. Sorry. So, hey, guess what?
I was
New
going
game.
to say, Avalon gone?
So,
When did she? Oh boy.
just
When
today.
did they?
Excuse me, just today. So,
Seriously,
That was
when Superman Doctor Who says, "Hey, show up," we show up.
yes.
So it's Iconoclast.
Yeah, it is Iconoclast.
Okay.
I apologize. That's mine. So again, apologies. I've had a little sleep than I should have today.
It's fine.
That's alright.
But she
We caught it
like,
early.
invites you in. Takes a seat. So I guess you're wondering why you've all been brought here.
Hello,
Yeah.
Iconoclast.
Yeah. I sort of stand around awkwardly because I'm not sure if any of the furniture can take my coral mass.
Wait, you're the one who's you're the ones who's kind of spiky all over with the mass. That's interesting. Does it grow internally and just kind of form over, or is it basically kind of a hard shell that attaches to you and can detach at some points? I'd love to get a sample for testing. I'd pay you.
It's surprisingly similar to real coral in that I have a very soft, fleshy center.
So interesting at that. I'm not that much of a biochemist myself. I'm more again onto the tech, but I know people who would pay top dollar for samples
yes.
of that.
Miss,
Yep.
Are we getting a bit sidetracked here?
just want to get you back on topic, please.
Excuse me. I am trying to make a deal over here, but okay, there is actually a point that I brought you to. I apologize. She walks over to a display. How much do you know of the earlier years of Base Raiders?
I'm fairly well versed on it.
So
I hold up my fingers really, really close together.
I was, in fact, one of the first.
so
But
in this case, well, it's like out of the news that came out during the first couple of years, which is when it's like some of you like the suit and myself were still operating. Well, it's like, what do you say to the name Robot Assassin? And anybody can go ahead and make an academics or I'd say investigation roll if you have that.
Oh, I have both of those.
I will make. Charles will make an academics test.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go academics as well, just because it's lower.
Okay.
could I make an information?
Yes, you can make an information check as well.
My
How many dice do you get it?
Oh, sorry.
How many dice do you start off with? How many dice do you roll again?
You roll 4, and then you add whatever your quality is to that. So let's see, you're doing academics, right?
Yeah, which is +1.
+1. So yeah, so you roll and then add that +1 to it.
Always
Yeah.
roll 4.
Yes.
Yeah, it's always 4, just like in Dungeon World, it's always 2.
Yes. Always 4.
I got a 2.
Okay.
I got a 5.
5. Ooh.
Nice.
And I got a 6.
6. All right. So immediately the suit and yeah, Barry, you've heard the name around before, but it only sounds familiar. You can't really think about. You're not really sure where that's coming from. But then again, that wasn't your neck of the woods originally. So where
It's
this
true.
name is coming from, or the U.S. But yeah, the suit and.
Charles.
Charles, excuse me. You immediately know what this is. The Robot Assassin was named as kind of one of these scourge supervillains by the media, who seemingly just terrorized neighborhoods around New York, destroying certain. Bumping into certain gang fights, destroying buildings off at a whim, and seemingly vaporizing people on the spot.
I heard that he had busted into a hospital to kill people, but it only stopped by police officers at just the right moment before fleeing.
So, but since you got a little bit high, just one on higher on that. Suit, you actually know that in reality that was actually something of a cover/story that the media rose off to, and his story was you've only met him once, but in reality he was a hero, or at least an attempting hero. So
He had good intentions.
Mistakes were made.
So, oh, sorry.
Mistakes were made.
That Iconoclast goes, yeah, that is pretty much the life of this guy. She brings up two pictures of what looks like a man in two similar but differently colored armor suits. This is Adam Sikowski. He was known by the media as the titular robot assassin. But to my friends and in the other heroes who ran into him or tried to work with him, he was calling himself the Steel Centurion. What had happened is that after Ragnarok, he was one of the kids who was completely enamored with the superhero life, loved Avalon and the ideal, and decided that he wanted. Once they were gone, he would try to step up to become a hero himself. He was a minor engineering student, so he could build certain things, but not enough to cut it in the superhero tech or the metatech, so to speak. He decided that he would try to figure out another way, and when the news of the Tunguska portals came open, he pretty much spent every last dime he owned to get over to Russia and sneak over the border. And and after that, for the next 2 years, nobody heard anything from him. But then after that time had passed, he seemingly reemerged with a highly advanced suit of armor, going under the name of the Steel Centurion. Now, unfortunately, as I said, he had more sense than ambition than he had sense. So, and ended up getting himself into a lot of trouble, and after the first couple of years, he seemed just to fall off the face of the earth. I was honestly hoping that he had just given up. Given up and stored the suit somewhere, hopefully in some locker that I could easily crack open and take advantage of.
If you do find it, no, sorry, never mind.
So, well, that's the thing. It seemingly has been found. She taps a button on her console, and you see what appears to be a blurry, some blurry cell phone footage of a street fight breaking out from downtown Brooklyn with some looks like some Ludians who are off to the side, a couple humans, and what appears to be...
What do Ludians look like? Just in case there's anyone listening that doesn't know.
No problem. Ludians are aliens that invaded in the 70s, and they kind of look like a hybrid between crustaceans and just general insects like mantises or whatnot. So just very tall with chitinous armor. So
fun times.
Yep, but the thing is with them is that most of them had been exiled to an alternate dimension called Sanctuary. Sanctuary, and there are still Ludians that are on the planet, but most of them are either part of the underground, or in the case since when they can't find work, this is common knowledge to all of you since you are working as heroes. Local gangs and mafias will usually bring them in as enforcers, since they have higher endurance, higher strength, and also sometimes will come with specialized looting weapons that they manage to scavenge from wrecks. So they are commonly known in the criminal world as well. But with this footage, you see that there appears to be a figure, somewhat blurred because of the resolution on the phone, of what looks like the robot assassin or Steel Centurion in his robot assassin colors, grabbing them and flinging them across the fight, and then holding them down. About that time, that's when the footage ends. Iconoclast turns back. What you're seeing here is a fight that was recorded about 3 days ago. The Ludians are part of a local street. Local street gang known as the Crimson Shells. They're pretty much known as low racketeers, just gaining protection money from a lot of the local merchants. But the thing about them that makes them a little more dangerous is that they had integrated bionics and other cybernetic implants that either enhanced their strength or gave them extra translation abilities. Again, English is not the easiest thing for a Ludian to learn, so on their own, and so they were attacked, and the Crimson Shells decided to bring their friends down to the underground for medical help. But when they did, they found out that pretty much all of their implants had been stripped out to the last diode, and it's not the only. And it's not the only attacks that have happened recently. Over these.
Wait. Crimson Shell? That sounds like a Terrapin Titans villain.
Terrapin Titans?
Well, I wasn't gonna say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh,
but...
is it? Okay, so.
I was thinking Mario myself, but.
Okay, so. So, yeah, never will go for the creativity. But in any case, but yeah, but pretty much these are not the only recorded attacks. I found while scrolling through the Undernet that there have been at least 6 other similar attacks. Primarily on Ludians, some on Greys, although they don't have a very high percentage of cybernetics or prosthetics that seem to follow a similar pattern.
So a cool question here. So is he killing the Ludians and taking their implants, or are they still alive after he implantifies them?
They are still alive, although some have been left in very serious condition. As some of the implants were necessary for either medical procedures or life-saving stalemates, because some of these Ludians are very long-lived, and some of them were the older ones, just surviving offhand.
Well, still, that's pretty bad stuff he's doing. I mean, these Ludian guys are just trying to better their lot in life. I feel like it's really not good to be going around and grabbing out people's implants and stuff.
They are, regardless of the fact they are still criminals, but it's bringing up the more worrisome issue here.
Sure. I mean, even if they're criminals, it's probably because they can't get jobs other places. Somebody needs to work with these Ludian guys and give them more opportunities.
Well, that's something that we're all working. That we would hopefully all like to work towards. But as you all know, and especially giving a look at you, Barry, that almost all the world governments, especially the U.S. government, is still very prejudiced towards anybody with abilities or considered to be non-human status at this point.
Well,
you can say that again.
But the more worrying aspect of this is coming from Adam himself. Despite the fact that he screwed up multiple times, and usually decided to make things worse because of his youthful idealism, he still was a hero. And so we're either dealing with an issue, the possibility of he found his suit or something went wrong to cause him decide that he needed either more power or some other goal that we're not aware of yet, or we're facing an issue if somebody else has found the suit and is using it for their own purposes. So
personally, I think it's far more likely that this guy just snapped and decided, "Oh, gotta rip out people's implants."
So
well, Adam wasn't really known for his that kind of thinking.
No, but that's my point.
Or
I think
forward planning is a better term for it. So we should go with that. But
maybe he's liberating the implants. Maybe he thinks there are people more deserving because he's taking them from criminals, right?
Well, these are particularly he has taken them from he has targeted criminals, yes, but the only ones he's really targeting primarily are Ludians or other extraterrestrials, which on Earth the 2 ones that are primarily are just the Ludians and the Greys that are still wandering about that haven't been exiled to Sanctuary.
Yeah, but these are still Ludians that have joined up with mafiosos and whatnot.
True, and again, there are other Ludians in the. Something else is that there are Ludians in the underground that do run respectable businesses, but a lot of them have turned over to crime as well because they were conquerors, and a lot of these were the lower-level warriors that decided they needed to follow somebody. So once they found a strong personality to kind of get behind, that's what they were working towards. So, so in turn, I need you to see if we can track down the suit, see if it is Adam. If it is, possibly talk him down, if that is the problem, or if it's somebody else, take the suit. Now, this is something I've always been interested in too, because the suit from what I can tell, is not of Earth origin. When he reappeared from his trip to the Tunguska area, he decided it looked like that was not a suit that he shouldn't have been able to build, and it always gave off some odd radiation when I was putting sensors to it. So I will pay you a handsome amount to be able to take that off your hands and study it.
Oh, great. Extra-dimensional alien power suit.
So
This just keeps getting better.
Is there any other way? Think about it.
Miss Iconoclast, how much?
So I'll say if you can bring in Adam, and I can take since I would also like to see what the effects of the suits are, and again, if this is also most important to me, I will go ahead and increase my give you a bid of at least 20 bounty.
20 bounty.
Sorry, yeah, I'm going. This is, have you seen? I've been taking
money,
so
20 money units.
But I will go ahead and I'm speaking. Sorry, man. I will speak in loot here. So, but pretty much she's offering that she will go ahead and give 20 loot to the group if Adam can be brought in alive with it and the suit undamaged. She will go ahead and also promising another 5 from Beatrice, since this is also an issue concerning the underground as well and possibly affecting the Descent. So you're looking at 25 for the total group that you can split between you. And
I don't know whether that's a lot or not.
It sounds like a lot.
So this would be this would actually be able to cover any cost that you would need and take it for a while. But you can, but also at a realization, you can tell that this is actually pretty serious if Iconoclast is offering that much money to it.
Yeah, well, she isn't known for offering money for good deeds.
True, good deeds, but also she's still a capitalist, so she will be taking proprietary control of that suit.
Well, it's a good thing you have a former mech repairman. I can take that thing apart in no time.
So, again, once I'm putting proprietary claim on that, so I would ask that you not do it in lit. I will be happy to take anything on the suit if you. I will help on the suit, and we'll give you an honest fee for that for any assistance. But
I hold up my big meaty hands made of coral as swords grow off my forearms, and I say, I mean, if the goal is to take it apart, I'm sure I can help.
Please, I'd like to not get that bloody.
Cool.
So, but in any case, she also hands you a tablet. Here's at least a couple places that you might want to start out, at least on the investigations. I have the names of the other Ludians who have been brought to the medical center in the underground that you can interview on your own time. I have one of the other places that might have some at least information. She hands you over one of the other local mafia leaders, Tony Marconi. He is runs an he runs an illegal superhuman fighting ring that that has employed a lot of these other Ludians, and in addition, he was actually one of the Steel Centurion's first targets, she says in quote marks, and then and put him in the hospital. So if he is back in town and this is Adam, he might reappear over there. So that is another thing. And finally, I'm not certain how much this might help, but during the recording of the text, there appeared to be some sort of odd signal that was being broadcast out. I can't decipher exactly what was being said in it since the antenna around there were damaged and it was only caught a partial, but it seemed to be sending some sort of burst transmission over to a telecom company called Hyperion Communications. So it's anything else that you can find out there might be an issue. That might be where he's hiding, or it might be where he's storing a server for different information that we can pull.
Does anyone have a plot sense skill? Because that Hyperion thing sounds totally like it's run by a supervillain.
I don't know.
It does tingle a little bit, I won't lie.
We should split up and search all
My
three.
plot sense is tingling. That'd be a great strange skill.
But those are at least the 3 ones you have. If you want to do any other research on those, you can. So,
see if I can. What was the first one? I think I missed it.
So the first one was the Ludians. Yeah, it's like the med center in the underground. So you'd have to go. You'd have to go below to access that. But all of the Ludians who have been attacked have been brought there.
I'd
So
like to go talk.
What kind of cultural hierarchy do the Ludians have?
so all of those was basic.
Would there be an elder man or elder woman in the underground in the city that might be in the know?
It's like they were very much conquerors and fair and had a basic hierarchical structure. So it's like you can possibly find one of them. If you might be able to find one of them that's living down there, but you would have to ask, or you would have to ask around a little bit to see who's there once you're around. Also, they were very much lead by force too, so that's why a lot of the younger ones who weren't ported off to Sanctuary, again, drifted over to violent gangs. So
fair enough.
But yeah, you have 3.
To the Ludian victim guys.
We're gonna go to the hospital.
Okay, so you guys are okay. So are you all going to go together, or are you going to follow separate tracks? So because you have 3 places you can investigate: the Ludians who are in the med center, the superhuman fighting ring. So, and
that would be fun.
I'm interested in taking a look at the Hyperion location.
Okay, so you can research on that beforehand. So. So let's see.
I have information in operate heavy machinery.
Okay. Shoot. Yeah, I would say if you want to roll that specifically, since you're accessing it through your own database. So go ahead and roll that.
Rolling. That will be a +4.
+4. All right. You do.
Oh, sorry. Well, do you need a power tier or anything like that?
What is your power tier on that?
Extraordinary.
Extraordinary? Okay, yeah, you actually do get a lot of information from that. Specifically that the Hyperion is just a large worldwide communications telecom. They handle a lot. It's like one of the newer internet startups since certain deregulation. Certain new regulatory laws came into effect that allowed for more competition to go out. So that's my in-game screw you to Comcast, by the way. So, but it seems to be fairly unassuming for the most part. The only two things that come up that are a little bit odd are for about 3 weeks ago, they were in the news for launching a new high-speed transmission satellite that was utilizing a new reportedly a new version. That's like a new quantum entanglement communicator. It's only set to basically go between one tower and then distribute that signal around. But it was at least a test that they're trying to do. To see if it could improve communications around globally from different places. That was the other thing. But when you research back a little bit further, you do find just kind of a little blurb on there that was listing the original people who were at least started on the project, and a minor intern's name on there was Adam Sikarsky. So, who is the robot? It's like who is the Steel Centurion. So. But that was an old, what looks to be an old employee record that just kind of popped up in there. So that's so take that for what it's worth on for that particular information. So, but you can.
Was there anything else that we needed researching?
If you'd like to research anything else about the fighting ring, you can look into old information. You can basically look into older information about through police records or whatnot. So, I would say since you're at Iconoclast, she is giving you full access to that information without having to worry about hacking into anything. So, it's just a general research check.
Well, thank you. research it there.
Yes. So,
I'm going to use Super Gadgeteer for that then.
okay.
And let me get my dice stream ready. That is, well, ordinary success. No, nothing to add, which is a +3.
+3 at the superhuman?
Superhuman, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, specifically for the fighting ring, you saw that the... No, it's like that Charles Marconi, well, you look into this back history since you have the criminal records and those are at least public knowledge, that he was a low-level racketeer that kind of came into prominence after the... That's like after Ragnarok, and with the other new base raiders that came up, ended up coming across a stash of superhuman enhancing drugs that originally was used for mid to large range larcenies, bank robberies and whatnot, but seems to had faded off around the time when the robot assassin came about, and you saw that he was he was almost killed, severely injured when the robot assassin apparently pulled him through a wall. So
that's gonna hurt.
So, and then almost caused a full pulmonary embolism when he apparently appeared in his was reported to have appeared in his hospital room. So
that's what I heard about. I always got that half news on that.
After that, he was after that, because of certain litigation that came up because of the hospital stays and promises not to sue, most of the charges were dropped due to insufficient evidence, and he was released. And most of his money seems to have been set up right now to take advantage of the underground's underground's anonymity and things, and set up the fighting ring, which has been his main source of income. Most of these he has set not or only taking in people who are recently empowered and are usually young and fit enough to be able to take the damage. But you see, it's like kind of real boxing. It's a sport that basically takes out a lot of people really quickly. So most of the people in there don't survive either because the fights knock them out, or they push their abilities to such a degree that they burn themselves out early. So
Please don't let that kid named B be there. Don't let her be there.
So...
Do you want me to go? You seem to have reacted to the information.
I'm sorry, but that pal of hers has wrecked the infrastructure enough in the underground that I have to keep fixing it. Oh!
So... but you do have those. Like I said, this is also one of those arenas that, Beatrice has tried to, and the other council members have tried to keep a hold on, but the big problem about it is that it's one that keeps moving. So that's kind of how they keep the business model up and around. But since you're connected to the undernet, it's a pretty easy ability to figure out where it's being held on a nightly basis. So...
Fair enough.
So, Charles, you will be going to the fighting ring. Spring-loaded Skelebot, where did you want to go?
Sorry, I had my mic off. Yeah, I was going to talk to the Ludian guys who just got beaten up.
All right, Barry.
Okay.
Oh man, I could go either way. I think I will go to the Ludians. I might be able to leverage my alien form for some support or something. I don't know. I do have deceit pretty high, so maybe I can trick them into thinking I'm a real alien.
So okay, so you're gonna try to go to the. So you're going to go to the Ludians and see if you can convince them that you're on the up and up?
Yes. I don't think we should split up too much, so I will go with Charles to the fighting ring.
Okay. So...
Sounds like a plan.
All right, then. So we'll go ahead and take those. So the first, we'll go down to the med... You guys go down to the med center in Ludian in the underground. So this is... I would say, for the underground, if you ever imagine kind of like the Goblin Market from Hellboy 2, except with more sci-fi creatures. So,
Oh, fun times. By the way, Aaron, I just thought I'd point this out now. I don't think the live stream is showing up on YouTube yet.
So, we are live and we're broadcasting, so...
It might just be that it waits half an hour before it starts showing up, but I thought I'd point it out.
I think it does, yeah.
What? We're live on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yes.
Normally the Hangouts appear on YouTube as well, so that if you were watching the live broadcast, you'd watch it there.
Yes. So.
Yes. But it hasn't.
I've been hanging out here in chat, commenting.
Yeah. So
this is going to be
the previous
such a meta.
games. Yeah.
This is going to be such a meta experience to hear when we're actually listening back to the event, because we're live right now, listening then or in the future to ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
Why
I wanted to point it out because
Welcome to my world.
just in case. Well, I think we've only been on air for 15 minutes. So.
It's been showing live since we started broadcasting, but we're good. So.
I'll keep refreshing it and see when it shows up.
Yeah, because let me check mine just in case. So small break. So let's see. It's already started. We're good. Yeah, we should be good. So because sometimes it doesn't also process until the very end. But
yeah. Anyway, I just thought I'd bring it up just in case.
Oh, no problem. So I do appreciate it just in case, because there has been one issue of a game being lost to time because Hangouts decided to crap out for no particular reason. But in any case, you do go down to the to the med center. You actually see that they do have. It's that the entire the med center is full of different other mythical creatures, aliens, specifically again Ludians and Greys, which. You do see the ones that you're specifically asking for at the end, since it's, again, almost think of it's not a full hospital, so think of more like a walk-in clinic, so to speak, that has more advanced technology within it. But at the head, you do have a, satyr receptionist who's seemingly writing things down and folding it with a paper that seems to be folding itself over as she's writing down information. Looks up. Yes, may I help you?
Oh yeah, we're my name's Spring-Loaded Skillabot. This is my friend. Who's with me again? Is it Barry?
Barry.
So, that's charming names. So.
Well, yeah, we're here to talk to some Ludians, I guess, who got brought in here recently. They had all their, implants and implants and stuff ripped out or something by some robot assassin guy.
Oh, those poor souls. Yes. Yeah.
Happened to them. So we'd love it if you could let us go talk to them.
So I'd be happy. Well, I'd take them. I can see if they're ready, although they've, again, been under a lot of trauma. It took our doctors a very long time to try to regulate everything, and that's in their systems. Although, may I ask your relation to the Ludians?
Well, we're investigating the crime. That's the thing that happened to them. We're kind of trying to figure out what's going on and see if we can bring the perpetrator to justice.
So, yeah, she's looking at you with a little bit.
Should I leverage my alienismness now?
Well, how are you going to do that? Explain that out.
I am seeing as my alien race is not very well known. I think I might try and leverage that by using my deceit, and I'll say, look, you may not know this because... Sorry, who is it? Just like a human that we're talking to?
No, this is a satyr, so that's sitting at...
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You might not know this because it's not that well known, but my people have a very close connection to the Ludians, sort of a symbiotic ecosystem type deal. And I deeply care about the well-being of these poor Ludians, and I wanted to see if there was any way I could assist them or aid them in finding out who hurt them, and I would love if you could let us in to talk to some of them, and I'm going to use my deceit.
Okay, go ahead and make that roll. So,
Where is Dice String? Oh, here we go. I get a 4.
4. Okay, that is enough. She looks like, oh, just bless your heart if you have a singular one. I guess that's again a little bit odd, but no, it's so wonderful to see that concern among the community. So I'll bring you this way. So she brings up her scrolls on the books and is seemingly going through there and takes you into the back where you see a
stealthy low 5.
Yeah. So you see a group of 4 Ludians. They seem to be a little bit mostly conscious but kind of moving around. You see that they have what appear to be different. That's like what different monitors attached to them, but also appears to be different tubes feeding some sort of grayish slurry into their bodies.
It's gonna be like sugar, because they're Ant-Men.
Are they conscious?
Oh, sorry, Ethan?
Are any of them conscious?
So, yeah, they're mostly in states of, they're kind of partial conscious. You can see that it looks like they're waking up. The satyr, who you learn his name is Lucy, turns around and says, oh, we have... That's like they unfortunately have had a hard time. It's like the last one there. I can't pronounce his name. Excuse me. He's unfortunate. That's like he's had it the roughest. So a lot of his implants were specifically for his respiratory system. So we're having to rebuild that right as we speak. So
I don't really know what having a respiratory system. I mean, I imagine that it's probably pretty rough if it goes out.
Oh God, you have no. That's like from what I understand, the oxygen exchange is a somewhat rough way to go. So different for those of us who are sustained fully by magic. So
yeah, I mean, I assume I must be because
I
certainly don't have any oxygen involved as far as I can tell.
But no, I would ask you to keep the visit short if you could. Again, like I said, the one at the end, which is the one you wanted to see. He has the most tubes in him that seem to be pouring in that grayish slurry in. It's like he's still technically going underneath the procedure. So we would, if you do ask him any questions, please be certain to go ahead and keep them simple. So not to.
I'm free to do that. I mean, also I can just I got some powers that'll help me sort of examine their wounds too. I mean, I'm not going to poke around in them or anything. I'll just take a good hard skeletal spear at them and see if there's any evidence I can find. But yeah, I'm not going to bother too much.
So okay, but if you need anything, I'm in the back. The doctor should be around shortly if you have any other further questions. So, and Lucy takes her leave of you. So.
Great. Well, I'm going to talk to these guys, see if I can make myself understood to them in Ludian. I can freely invoke my signature aspect once per scene, Supervillain Sewer Guard. I would think that in the course of being a guard for Omega, I would probably have learned at least some Ludian language so I could communicate with the other minions of the Ludian minions of Omega.
Okay, if you spend that fate point and you have it, so.
It's free.
He has a free invoke because signature aspect.
Oh, the free. Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right to the signature. Thank you. So, yep, yeah, you have the free one. So go ahead. That is actually a good one. So you do remember that you did have during the invasion that your boss did try to team up with the Ludians at some point. So.
Yeah, we learned a little bit. I mean, so hi guys. Hey, we heard something really bad happened to you. You got beaten up by some guy in power armor, and we're just trying to see if we can bring that guy to justice. See if we can figure out who he is and make him stop doing this sort of stuff. Tell me, was there anything you noticed that was unusual in the attack, or?
Well, why do you care?
Well, you know, I'm always looking out for. My name's Spring-Loaded Skillbot. And
it's spring-loaded.
I just lean out from behind him and wave and say, "I'm Barry."
So,
I got these spring-loaded things on my hands. I'll let them pop out a little bit, so it shows what they do. Anyway,
oh God, laughing hurts.
I really want to look out for guys like you. I mean, looks like us kind of on the receiving end of getting beaten down by superheroes and supervillains and all that stuff. You know, nobody ever looks out for the little guy. That's my whole thing, though. Is I want to make sure that you know, if we have this whole thing with big, strong, super-powered guys in awesome power armor, they shouldn't be going around beating up poor folks like you who are just trying to get by, you know, and stealing, you know, your implants and stuff. That's just mean.
Oh, so that's well, you got a point there. Because nobody else looked after us during the invasion, so but we appreciate. I guess we appreciate that. So, what do you want to know?
Well, I mean, well, a couple of things I guess I was thinking might help us track this guy down. First, if there was anything you noticed at the time that might indicate maybe like how he knew where you guys were and how he decided to attack you specifically. And also, like, maybe what specific implants he took from you guys and what he might be able to be doing with them.
So, again, we don't know anything about this. We were just, that's like hanging out, waiting. That's like waiting for the boss to give us another job for the week. And that's like out of nowhere, this freak comes by, doesn't say a goddamn word. He just, that's like stares at us up and down. Looks up and down like he's scanning. That's like scanning each one of us for something, and then that's when over there decided to pull it. That's like decided he had had enough of his bullshit. That's like he went ahead and tried to show him what's for what, and that's where he got the worst of it. The freak ended up just holding him up. And we couldn't see around him. He just seemed to shake violently, and then dropped to the ground with a bunch of different holes in him. And that's when we saw that. I don't know. It looked like there were multiple arms that were just protruding out of the chest of this robot thing that were holding on to different. That's like a bunch of different the different implants.
I was just about to say, how do we know that there's even a person inside there? What if it's a robot?
So hell if I know. He never talked. He just stared while he took. It's like he took all of us down. But yeah, he just took everything out of it. It took me a while. Well, again, we're rebuilding our stuff right now. It's not quite as good as the original stuff, but which he's pointing over to the tubes that are going into them that have a little bit of that grayish slurry going into it. And so that's like that.
Nano machines.
Yeah, nano machine. That's like rebuilder.
Nano machines.
That's what that stuff works. Don't ask me, but I'm glad they're taking good care of you.
But
I feel like you weren't on a mission or anything. You were just kind of hanging out at one of your
mission. We're on jobs, buddy. We do jobs and we get paid.
Oh yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. So were you on a job, or were you just chilling out by the curbside?
So yeah, we were just waiting until waiting until we get called when we got jumped. So.
Well, I'm thinking that if that's the case, he must have had some way of knowing where you guys were.
You guys have comms? Cell phones?
Yeah, in our pockets. But if you're talking about, well, wait, are you talking about that's like the communication beacons that we were all installed with before being dropped onto this dirt ball?
Maybe.
I wasn't, but that works too. I I thought maybe your boss gave you a phone, but.
I don't know where. I don't know where.
Warlords implanted you.
Well, those things have been functioning since the war. They were supposed to activate to give us instructions, but no instructions from a mothership anymore. So, I don't think that's no longer gonna be the case. But
I feel like if that were me, I would find that very liberating. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about getting orders from somebody else.
You actually see him stiffen up a little bit, and let's see for this one.
Man, they're a colony species. He's not happy to be without orders.
Yeah, I would say go ahead. Roll information on. Roll notice on. Or sorry, information on that one, Ethan.
I'm contacting as a mundane skill.
Okay, yeah. So.
I'll use 2? No, I'm sorry. Not 2. 0.
0? Okay. Yeah, you get the feeling that you said something wrong, you just don't know what. So, but...
Well, anyway, that'd be my outlook on things, but that's neither here nor there.
But, look, if
I take a closer look, or if maybe you could tell me, like, what specific implants he took from you guys, because maybe that might help, because we could figure out what...
Look, not to sound completely like an idiot, but I'm a grunt. They implanted me with stuff so they could make me a better fighter, and most of it got deactivated or at least went dormant. That's like the time that the Ideal decided to kick our asses off the planet. So, if you want to, they look down. And he seems to be kind of pointing down to the sheet that is the chart that's at the end of his bed.
I grabbed that.
Oh yeah,
So,
I'll take a squeeze.
Barry, you might be a little bit more up to this thing than I am. I don't know.
So that's the only thing. But yeah, the only other thing that's kind of of interest is that it's like when we finally heard the cops coming, he seemed to just disappear. He didn't. It's like there was a flash of light and he was gone. Or it was gone.
Maybe he's got some teleportation there.
So
didn't Iconic Class say he came out of Tunguska?
Yes, that apparently he reappeared after traveling to 2 years after traveling to the Tunguska, breaking into the Tunguska site, which you all know that's like if anybody tries to do that, the Russians keep a tight hold on that, so it's pretty much a suicide run if you ever do it.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't know if there's much else for us to ask you about, but before we go, would it be okay if I just took a little look at your friend over there, the fellow who's super torn up?
Well, fine, whatever. I'm not sure.
I just want to take a look at him, see how he's doing.
Fine, whatever. I'm gonna press this button so I can go back to sleep.
Okay, you do that. Appreciate everything you said.
The benefits of a morphine drip.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my skill entry for human powers to take a really close look at this guy's wounds and see if there's any sort of like energy signatures or residue or anything like that I might be able to identify that might give me an idea of how he was attacked, or whether there's like leftover Tunguska energy or anything like that, or anything special.
Okay, you can go ahead and do that.
Oh boy, so that is a 0 at superhuman. I'm going to invoke an aspect, I think. I'm going to invoke just Mecha Magical Mook.
Okay.
Type to give me a 2 on that.
So, okay. So you're just kind of 2 on that alone?
Yeah, 2 on...
While he's doing all this, I'm just looking at this chart, trying to decipher the handwriting.
Okay, so you can you'll be able to read off that here in a second. For what you're at least looking into there using the your innate skeleton abilities. So, you actually see you unfortunately don't get much too, because again there's so much going on too, and when you're actually seeing life energy coming from the Ludian, you're seeing the power coming from the nanites. But the only thing that seems to be a little bit odd is that when you are looking down at least at the nanite stream that's going down that seems to be rebuilding it, it seems to somewhat slow down almost imperceptibly. And then start back up again, like something was stalling that process. So,
really, the nanite thing is getting interfered with?
Looks like so, possibly, but it's just almost imperceptible. So, for that, but you'd probably have to get a closer look, or find some other piece of information to see if that could give an explanation. But
maybe I better go talk to somebody who understands this whole nanite thing.
So, but also, yeah, Ray, if you're looking, Barry, you're looking at the chart. It does give it seems to be giving a list of the different implants were taken out. The each of these guys are pretty much have almost a similar set of different ones. The only one that was different on the the only one that was really different on the the one that Skeleton is looking at is he seemed to have two things that were out of place. One of them was an embedded quantum entanglement communicator that seemed to be listed on there, and the other one seemed to be some sort of advanced cortical processor that seemed to be that when they looked on there, they were answering questions from the doctor, and apparently that was to speed up internal nanite production within within this particular Ludian. Apparently, he was a field commander when the war when the invasion was going on.
Maybe, yeah, okay, it's pretty insane. He had a nano hive.
So, but that's what you're able to find out at least here. So,
I say to Skeletor over there, hey, do you know that this guy he had some nanites in him, like he could grow his own. I think it might have been for repairing his implants.
Now, is that for something normal people have, or?
Oh no!
From what I can tell, this is not common.
Oh, okay.
It's a very good question.
I put myself back together if I get blown apart.
Yeah, I would say that is absolutely a common question.
I don't think there's any anything involved. I think it's just magic.
So, nanites are a little bit off, but Ray, you would specifically know that. Well, also both of you that if anything were like this in the public, it would be regulated completely by the EPSA. So.
Yeah, this has potential to be a grey goo kind of situation.
Yes, so that's if they had anything like that, or if they do, it is highly regulated and completely buried. So they will not risk that getting out to anybody for that in. But I will say, since you do have that information, let's look at this. I will say. Spring, you can make one more notice check.
All right. Oh man, 0 again.
0. Wow. So. All right. So yeah, unfortunately, you take another look at the leader, but you don't see anything. You know, there's something a little bit off and odd to it, but you just can't tell. So.
Yeah, I have a lot of experience looking at Ludians. I mean, it's hard for me to tell the bio stuff from the tech stuff at this point.
Is he still unconscious?
So, they're both. He's with the exception of the one who is completely dropped out because of his cyber morphine drip or whatever. He is. It's like the other ones are kind of in middling consciousness, so they're kind of fading in and out. The sergeant, I guess, more so than others because of the. Because of the fact that he's still going through a procedure technically. So. And having having items that are being rebuilt into his system.
Yeah, fair enough.
You can try to question them, but you may not get the best of responses too. So that would be up to you on that. But for the most part, you pull the basic information that you have from this scene. So
okay,
from that one, all right. On that end, we go back over to Tripoli and Micah, who are heading towards the fight. So, since you know that this is again a revolving ring to make sure that they don't get caught by Beatrice and the other, at least the other overseers, like yourself in the underground, you'll need to figure out where it's at. So, I would say that would be either research or information rolls for either of you.
All right.
Research or information.
And this will also range depending on your depending on how much you get. This will also dictate whether or not you know the appropriate passcodes to get into the fight as well.
All right. I do have my extraordinary skill, a face for every occasion.
Okay.
Information.
Mine's still operate heavy machinery. Well,
Not sure if qualifies.
Well, it depends on where they have it. If they have to have it in like the place where they have it might be operating out of an old steel mill or any place that requires repairs.
That
maybe.
said,
Yeah.
did we describe ourselves, Charles? I can't remember if you described your character, or if I described mine.
Yes, you did at the beginning of the game.
Physical-wise, though.
So, physical.
If you want physicality for Charles, he is a 65-year-old man, slightly under the average height, about 5'6". Looks well, weathered, but still, physically well. The picture you see on the Google Play is basically what he looks like.
Well, all right, pretty nice. The suit is, of course, wearing an Armani suit, which is a cyber suit. And very high-quality stuff. Very high quality.
Nice.
He essentially looted all the parts from an Ideal base right after Ragnarok. And
So what you're saying is you look like the wheeler and dealer. I look like the muscle.
Indeed. He's also wearing a face mask a la Rorschach.
Oh.
Thing, but it's completely white. It's just a blank anonymous slate.
So you almost look like Slenderman.
Slenderman.
Yes.
I knew Aaron was going to go for it, so I had to get there first.
Okay, yeah. So Cyber Slenderman. So
The
Cyber
question,
Slenderman.
not Taylor.
I like it.
He also carries around a suitcase, so it's kind of a double meaning. The suit.
yeah.
Luckily, I'm wearing MTV armor, and I have a pistol at my side.
Oh, so no, this actually would work very well to you if you decide to try to sneak into there. If you don't know it, if you are at least trying to pose as though you're betters, or possibly bringing in a combatant into it. So,
Well, we've got lines on people from the underground, so we can probably, if we have to use that angle.
you can try to do that. Although Charles, it might be a little more difficult for you since you're well known within the community. So
Yeah, I'm the guy that repairs the place. I work on the infrastructure of the underground.
yeah, so
Sells services to, practically everyone, or at least in the past he used to sell services to everyone. After he was involved in, the whole terrorist attack thing, or rather one of his inventions was involved in that, he's updated his terms of service and no longer wishes to cooperate with supervillains.
So that's, you always have to watch out for that one little detail in the contracts because it will get you every single time. So.
Are you a supervillain?
And if you do break the terms of service, well, you will speak to a defense attorney bot.
I thought we were taught to talk to speed. It's a good thing I have Peter Silvertail on retainer.
That's like see him litigate into oblivion.
So how should
but okay, yeah, go ahead and make your rolls to see if you have the correct information in the passcodes.
Well, if that's the case, then if operate heavy machinery can't be used, I'll just use investigation then.
Okay.
Is that a +1?
A face for every occasion, extraordinary +2.
Okay.
I get a +1. All right, sorry, I get 1.
1.
That'd be at mundane.
Okay. All right, and what did you get, Suit?
+2 at extraordinary level.
Extraordinary. So, okay, I'll say together you do find out you manage to work together to find out the information. Surprisingly enough, this particular fight is actually not in a warehouse, but seems to be in a little special occasion for this. This is kind of a pay-per-view Royal Rumble situation that's going on. That is being held off in a underwater shoreside arena. That's like base that used to belong to. It used to belong to a low-level. That's like a low-level aquatic villain known as the Trout Master. So.
Trout Master.
As long as he didn't play bad.
You gotta say it right. Trout Master.
So, yeah, he was actually and he was one of the other what has been kind of amusingly referred to as the iconoclastic clowns, so to speak. That
this is one of the guys that Hot Water was just going, oh my god, just go away.
Yeah, he was brought in for that one that one push against the one push against the ideal, and then immediately once that was defeated, it dissolved. Imagine kind of like how the Trickster was in the Justice League cartoon. He was just the other rogues looked at him going, "Jesus Christ, sit over there, please." So. But so it pretty much was something of a glorified underground base that had a large moon pool, and it appears that from what you can gather from the ads for this, that they've managed to convert it into a large fighting arena that has a dunk tank with sharks underneath it. So this has been kind of a death match in the most literal terms that you can see, but they are advertising the main prize fight of the night, which is against two other minor supervillains. One known as the Towering Inferno, which appears to be, from the information said, a former construction worker. So that's a former construction worker that was dumped into certain chemicals that superheated his skin so he's pretty much burning everything around him. So,
well, if he sets the building on fire, I'll be in heaven apparently.
So, versus what appears to be like the Mafia's go-to champion for the last couple of rounds, an android known as Slot Machine Sal. So. And as far as you can tell, as you look at him, he appears to be just a large robot that seems to have been built out of various parts of an old slot machine.
Huh.
So, let me guess, he's only got one arm.
So he has two arms, but you look into the videos of his previous victories, and you see that one of the reasons he has so many hits is that he has an ability to kind of spin around and throw a variety of different tricks. Slot machine coins at other people, or poker chips.
Okay,
so,
I'm just going to put this out there. If we have to involve ourselves in this competition and fight either of these guys, I call him.
All right.
I'm just saying, I don't expect it to, but if we have to, since he's a machine, I probably have a chance against him. I don't know about the fire guy. I'm just saying. So we can be clear.
Fair enough.
All right. So, but that is the information that you have. You can show up at the appropriate time to get it set up. This fight is set up for about noon. Excuse me, at midnight of this night. And what are the covers that you're using to get into this? You do have the appropriate passwords for it. But again, Charles is kind of known, so. Although I would say, is your mech very well known?
My what?
Is your mech very well known to the underground community?
That thing's actually currently on permanent disrepair since I don't have the proper equipment to repair it. I was actually saying if we have time, I was just going to use my craft skill to make up a mask to put on myself.
I would allow that. That's absolutely
cool. Let me just roll for the quality of the mask.
Okay.
Oh, hey, 2. So that gives me a 6.
At
extraordinary.
Yep,
so I just look over at you and just, and by you I mean the suit, and so I make myself a very similar looking mask, just out of metal.
Do you have a workshop?
Well, there's just
you just take odds and ends and put together a mask.
Yeah, pretty much.
I will. It's like that is still acceptable in this case, so because we're. That's like playing a superheroes, and at that level, you should be able to find anything you need. So
I could probably just go over to I can probably ask or borrow a bench at Blue Matter Industries for at least 5 minutes to put something together real quick.
Oh, you had to add that in there, so.
I'm sorry, it's either that or I'm going to add in Blue Matter Industries employee John the Werewolf's bar because Charles would be drinking there most of the time.
True. So, okay, you do. But yeah, you do get that mask on. So and I would say, how well would you say the suit's identity is known towards the underground community?
Oh, pretty well, in the extent that he wheels and deals with them.
Okay, so
he's a fixer. So he might have fixed things for the Mafia in the past.
Okay.
before they went more supervillainy. In this case, this is a guy dealing with supervillains, so the suit wouldn't really want to deal with him in the long run.
Okay. So are you taking off another identity, or are you going to go as essentially as yourself, just kind of taking in the sport? So.
Apparently, these Mafia boys never watched the video in health class that tells you how real men don't use superpowers.
Nice one. So.
Oh, the propaganda. Well, I think I'll go as the suit.
The suit? Oh, okay. So we'll do that. But you show up around, like I said, midnight at the appropriate docks. As you're walking up, you see that there appears just to be this hulking, it's like that hulking wall of a person who's standing guard at the end of the pier. So where there doesn't seem to be anything. You look. It's like, hey, once you reach down there, down at you. Whoa. So everything okay? So,
hello?
Yes. Somebody moving in their chair or something, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, my chair was squeaking a bit.
Oh, no problem. So I just want to make sure.
I still gotta fix mine too.
But as he looks down, how was the fishing today?
I respond with the proper password.
Oh, and what would that password be? So.
Well, the trout weren't biting, but damn it, the bull shark got me in the ass.
Yeah. He's always.
Well,
yeah, he's always a jerk. You see him walk over to what looks like to be one of the pieces of lumber that's holding up the pier. Flips over a panel, and you see that there is a keypad underneath that he types out a code, and you see immediately a cylinder rise from the top to the end of the pier and open up in an elevator for you to get in. Enjoy the fight, gentlemen. So
I'm sure we will.
Not politely to him.
Right. So you get into the elevator, and of course, this as you get in, you immediately notice that this is you both almost kind of slightly nervous because this is a underwater elevator that's in severe disrepair. So you're as it closes down and it pressurizes, you're kind of surprised that it's holding together as well as it is.
Well,
and it shakes down.
Part of me just goes, I can fix this thing in like 2 minutes.
So
you won't die.
Well, you're pretty sure that you're not going to die at this point, but you're.
Yeah, no, I'm again just focusing on what I've got in my skill, just going. I am the repairman. This is a horrible, horrible thing.
So
both of us could fix this thing in 5 minutes.
Yeah, we don't have 5 minutes. We're going down now.
So
this is like. Oh, sorry, Dave.
No, go ahead. So
I was about to say this is like going down in the bathysphere to Bioshock and going, I know this thing can't hold up structurally. Crap.
So, but yeah, as you start descending, it is a little bit like looking at Rapture, except that it seems to be a complete domed in. It's like the city is completely domed in. You see that there are kind of more bubble structures. Imagine something a little bit more akin to C-Lab. So, with a giant dome in the center, which is is the main fighting arena for the which has been converted out of Trout Master's previous. That's a previous base. As you're going down, you can see that there are other lines of people, very well dressed in Akundran, walking. It's like walking down towards the center with different, what looks like little different stands that are taking bets off the side. So some they appear to be for different bookies that are being allowed down here to operate. So. And at the very end, you can actually see a huge banner that has been, it looks like it's been fabricated just out of this night for 3D printed, saying, one night only, the Towering Inferno versus like slot machines Sal, who will win this this gamble of flames. So, and
gamble of flames, they could do better.
Yeah. It's So, but as you get down there, you start walking through, and you can. It's like you do see that through the main arena. You can go with both make notice checks as you're walking through.
Let's see here.
All right. Super Gadgeteer then.
Super Gadgeteer, okay.
And that is a +5 on
+5?
Superhuman.
Okay.
I don't have any notice skills. Wait, no. Does investigation have skill or notice?
That would be more for just general. So if I'll allow investigation for this one too. That'll work. So at least +1. So.
I wasn't sure. Oh, it's a +1 because of that.
Okay, so with both your skills and also in the superhuman category, you do notice that part of what appears to be one of the at least one of the other tubes had been sealed off slightly, and it seems to it seems to actually rotate out from in one of the centers right now, like it looks like it's a secret entrance. So it's a little bit off to the side, but it might. That's like from what you can look at it, this is probably leading either into a locker room area or possibly possibly in a private office, which is more than likely where Charles Marconi is setting up his operation for tonight. So to be able to watch that. So if you want to, so you do have the option of trying to sneaking in there if you seeing where that leads, or you can find other ways to get the information. So.
I'm not very good at sneaking. How are you?
I should be decently, especially if there is electronic surveillance. Wireless spoofing. The suit.
That is true. That is true. So if you want to go up there and take a look at that, take a look at that, you can. So, or you can proceed on to the fight. It's like LED screens on both sides are advertising that it's like the fight of the week, so is about to start within 10 minutes. Take your seats, place your bets. So.
Well, Charles, should we are trying to find Tony Marconi and speak to him.
So, yeah, you do have that. Like I said, you can take a look at the fight or wait until it's going on. So, or you can try to. You did find a secret, an entrance that was partially hidden. So
it's like a back door into his office, we think.
Let's just go ahead and let's try to do the sneaking one first. I'll follow you with that. If I fail it, I can just always stay out in the crowd while you sneak off.
Well, you might get in serious trouble. This is the mafia, after all.
I've got a few skills. Don't worry about me.
Well, if you start fighting, at least I'll have the distraction I need to get into the office and find the information.
That you will.
If there is any information to be had.
That is true. So, but okay, all right. So you do see that there are by the door. There's 2 guards that are probably about 10 to 15 feet off from there. So it looks like they were probably placed there to be inconspicuous, but set for the door. So. So you can try. So how are you trying? How will you be getting by them, or at least trying to keep out of their sights?
Actually, I do have a question. When you've used unusual to tag another aspect onto a skill, like say stealth, that invalidates the base use of that skill and turns it into that aspect.
Yes, because basically that is just attaching it to that. It's attaching it to that particular arena. So you can. So since everything is going underneath your suit, that means that's useful out of there and operates at that skill level.
So the cyber suit only has stealth in plus unusual works on technological surveillance. It doesn't have normal stealth in any way. I don't have the predator cloak.
Okay, so you're just sure, but you're only doing it in the terms of actual. So out of any kind of surveillance, if there's like a camera or a sensor.
That's the way unusual works.
Okay, so since you're
he's essentially invisible to all electronic and advanced devices that works. Again, ye olde time photograph with it would not spoof that. It would not spoof primitive devices. It would not trick eyes, but it will trick everything electronically nearby as long as I roll high enough on my stealth.
Okay, so yeah, you do see that. It's like if you can, if there's any electronic surveillance, you can go ahead and you should be able to get by that.
I'm just explaining that I can't actually go invisible. I have no sneaking skills other than that I'm invisible to all. Can't make myself invisible to all technological surveillance. So the fact that there are guards nearby will make it slightly difficult unless we distract them.
Okay. Well, I will say in this case, let's see for that. You can, yeah, if you want to go ahead and distract them in a certain way while you get up to the door and see if there is a way to spoof it, because you don't see a particular way to open the door from the distance you're at right now. You both and Mike can try to figure out a team way of distracting them while you're doing that.
Well, I have craft at extraordinary, and if I recall, let me just look up the trapping real quick.
Okay.
It allows me to, once per session, I think it is because it's extraordinary, pull something out of my pocket that I just happen to have in this sort of emergency.
Yes, I believe that is correct. So
let me, I'll verify that.
Yeah, you'll have to make the equipment.
Yeah, you'll have to make the check, but that does give you the ability.
May spend a fate point to have the character spontaneously reveal a previously disclosed work apparent to the skill's theme, or add an improvement to an existing piece of equipment for one scene.
Yes.
So, let's see. Former soldier. Would you like me to? Let's see. What would be the best, thing to lure away the guards? Then, would you think something that's flashing to get their attention?
Keep that. You could just lie to them and say, "There's something going on over there. You should probably check that out."
True.
And then,
if you can handle a lie, I'll just have something that's flashing that you can focus on them, so they'll actually go, "Oh, what is that?"
yeah, we can basically do that. Oh my God, there's something over there. It's suspicious. You should go check that out thing.
So,
yeah. You want to do that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Do it.
Yep.
All right, I will do the craft check. And I will invoke this. This old dog still knows a trick or two. Because I got a 1, so that will make it a +3 at extraordinary.
Okay. And these are mundane guards, so that is, I will say, that is distracting enough. So what are you doing that distracts them? Or that will distract them in tandem with Scribblykin's lie?
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what does best for any guard or horror adventure player. Make something sparkle and shiny.
So,
I'm going to have something beep, that's a little red glowing dot, go beep, 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 and just throw it up, and just have it off in the corner as he's beginning to talk to them, move away quickly, and as they look over, hopefully walking towards it, I'll slip back, and I'll slip by them as well.
Okay, so you'll go ahead. Yep, you make that throw. So you have your light and sound box with beeping off in the corner, and so that will at least give you that will actually give you a bonus on that. So Suit, go ahead and make your lie.
Oh my. 6 at extraordinary. I think someone dropped something over there. It looks kind of special, important. You should check that out.
It's like the guards look over there. What?
Could be valuable.
Did somebody drop? They drop something?
Yeah, you should find out who owns that before they get angry. You know, like.
Oh God, no! Oh God, this is gonna be like the steel mill all over again. Oh God, we can't let that go off. And you see them rushing over there. So,
as we slink away down there, I'm curious on what the steel mill thing was.
So, well, as you're getting up to the door, that's like hear them going, "Everything was melting the last time. The boss is gonna fire us." So, congratulations! You managed to successfully distract them, and you have plenty of time to be able to do what you do. So, you get up to it's like what appears to be the steel tube, and on this you see that there appears to be a very, very it's like quick and dirty biometric sensor that's on this.
Security.
So, it's a 2-phase one for a it appears to be a it's like the palm reader, and the other one appears to be a retinal scanner. So, but from what you can see, again, it's since they just moved in probably either this last week or the couple days at the very best, it is very, very fresh. So
it's a hack job.
Yeah, it's a very jury-rigged one. So,
this will be easy. I got this.
Oh, well, if you're sure.
Okay.
I'm going to use dismantle.
Dismantle?
Yep, it's in operate heavy machinery. I'm going to take the whole thing apart and just bypass everything that the door opens.
No, that will be noticeable, I say, as you begin working on it.
Remember, this is is it like a panel and whatnot?
It's basically a scanner. It's like two scanners. One of them for that's like fingerprint, handprint, and then the other one for a retinal scanner above it. So.
Does it look like it was screwed in, or does it look like it's papered into the wall?
It looks like it was. That's like it was bolted into this hatch cover that was put over the tunnel. So.
Well, we're not here for long periods, and
you can make an assessment of the thing to add an aspect to it that will make it easier for my security to hack.
Yes,
very true. I can. I'll examine it then. Take a look at it. See what I can find out then.
Okay, go ahead and do it.
All right. Operate heavy machinery again. That'll be a +4.
Yeah, you actually look into it, and you see that you see that the way that it's actually been bolted in, they didn't. Whoever did this did not do that clean of a job, and there's still a lot of wires that are that are actually sticking out. So, if you can get a little bit of cover from from the side, at least the side where most of the guests are filtering into the arena, you may be able to pry it open a little bit further and access the circuit board in the back.
Okay.
So for an override on it.
All right. I'll roll security for that then.
Okay.
You actually have security. Okay.
I have super gadgeteer. I can dismantle things better than you do, probably.
You've got me on that one.
So I am at +3 superhuman security.
Superhuman security. Okay. Go ahead. All right.
And if he added an aspect to it, then that's +5.
Okay.
For a free what's it called?
Free invoke. So.
I'll say, if I can just name it real quick. Oh, this is a con job, all right.
So that's invoked. Have you already rolled, Sue?
Yeah, 5 in total with bonus.
5 in total. Okay. So yeah, that is more than enough. So you managed to get behind, open it up, and yeah, you see that this. This at the best could be called something they got from the closing Radio Shacks when everything was being discounted. So,
just offhandedly, like I told you, man, con job.
Yeah, this is this is also made so quick and dirty. You're kind of insulted by this, especially considering how long this operation has been going on. So. Underneath the notices of that.
It's a terrible shame they're dealing with supervillains now. I could offer them so much better things.
Yeah, well, they're lost. You'll win.
So, but you managed to go ahead and crack cross two of the wires from one of the capacitors, and you see that the door immediately depressurizes off its panel and then starts rolling back. So. Showing a small access tunnel that seems to be winding around and then heading up towards a room that's a room in the primary arena. So you're guessing probably when this was still the Troutmaster's base, that probably led over to his primary office or observation deck in the arena where he could watch the heroes fight for their lives. So.
Did Trout even live in the waters around New York?
So, again, he came from the Midwest, and he just kind of kept that name. People wanted to ask him other ones, but
I'm just a simple country superhero.
So exactly, think of the Monarch.
Well, he's a villain.
Yeah, he's a villain. He stuck to a theme. That's what he was going for. But you do see that tunnel leading up. It's completely clear, so you can see the ocean around it. And you do hear voices coming up from it, so somebody is up there.
Well, crap.
Had to go bad at some point.
So, but you're here. Yeah, here's a couple of voices. You don't know, you can't identify them, but you can sneak around and take a look. So,
well, we can try to hear what they're saying.
Yep. So, you can. So, are you gonna go? You can go ahead and try to sneak again. So, or try something else.
I'm just going to stand here and try to listen intently.
Okay. Then I'll say that will be a notice check. Although since you're far away, that's going to be at a -1 because you're. It's like you're so far away. You'll have to get closer to hear them more clearly.
Well, I'm a super gadgeteer. I have microphones in my ears and stuff. Let's see then. Ah, that's terrible. I hear nothing. 0.
0. So, yeah, unfortunately, this is not. It's like the place was not made for its acoustics. So
We're still gonna have to get close though, so we're gonna have to stealth up.
So you can stealth up, or let's see.
Or we could just walk in like the bosses we are and just say, "Hey."
Do it.
Yeah, because you they remember if there's not the sneaking option, there's always the social option. So you can figure.
Very well. We did want to speak with Tony Marconi, and I suppose he's right up here ahead.
So possibility. So you can definitely take a look. So you're just walking up there.
I suppose that's the best option available to us.
Okay.
All I will recommend is just play us off like nothing's been like you're the boss, man.
Okay.
You're the bodyguard.
Walk boldly.
So, but yeah, you.
Who said that? God, I'm starting to become like Barry.
Carl's always telling me to walk boldly.
Voices in your head.
I may have a question for that later, but I don't want to detract. So, but yeah, you start walking up. It's like as you're going up, you actually start hearing the crowd, and there actually is. It's like now that you're closer, you can faintly hear the announcer coming out of the arena. So this is going to be something of the skybox or the sky office, and it's like as you're coming in, you can hear a voice. That's just quiet, almost quietly whispering to another one. Are you sure we're safe? Because if that freak is back in town, I do not want him tracking me down. I already have enough issues with having to pay off the people to keep Beatrice in the dark. But if we figure this out, I am in deep, deep shit. So I'm trying, sir. Okay, I'm trying. We haven't heard anything about it, and it appears that he's attacking the other freaks. So so I don't think if he's doing that, we're anywhere near near what he's wanting to do. Well, he better not be. And so, because I already have enough problems with this. And as you start cresting, you can see that there's kind of a short, stocky, middle-aged guy. That's like who's just sweating bullets as he's pacing around his office. You see that there have been a couple pieces of what look like nicer antique furniture that have been moved in here, but it's obviously only been done in the last couple weeks. And next to him, it appears to be a harried-looking assistant who's just writing things down on a tablet and directing, and is seemingly directing things on the stage as well, which you can't see as of yet. So.
I think we should roll a presence check to just, assert ourselves in this situation. What do you think, Scribble?
Out of character, I think I'm going to roll a face for every occasion.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll roll presence. If that works.
Okay. I would say, suit who you're trying to disguise yourself as. So, or are you just coming in? So you're just coming in as yourself?
Yep.
So, okay. So, all right. I would say. At that time, you go ahead and make your rolls. So just to see how you're.
I'm going to be invoking this old dog still knows a trick or two to add a +2 to my roll to get a +5.
+5. Okay.
I'm going to spend a refresh not to get -4.
Oh!
Oh wow!
Wow!
Yeah. One of my
That is
precious
suboptimal.
Yes, but now I have a +3.
Yay.
Extraordinary level.
Well, +3. All right. So with that, you
Mr. Marconi.
So what is your introduction to Charles Marconi?
I greet him pleasantly. Good to finally meet you.
So look around. All right, Charles, how are you greeting?
Since I'm supposed to be the bodyguard Is it just the Marconi, and I'm assuming he's not the fat guy?
No, Marconi is the fat guy, so his assistant is kind of the harried-looking 25-year-old who's just rapidly tapping on a tablet. Now that you're in eyesight, you can actually see that it is. He's writing down notes simultaneously while apparently controlling lights and other effects panels that are going on in the arena.
Are there any bodyguards around?
So, not up here. So it looks like he did. It looks like he was not. He did not expect anybody either to get through this entrance or to get past the two impeccable guards that were distracted by a shiny light. So,
then I will just enter in with the tagline: If this is the only defense for this guy, I'm not surprised the assassin hasn't gotten him yet.
So,
just assuming that's who they were. Pretty much thinking that's who they were talking about.
Son of a bitch! And you see him running. It's like going for a gun and.
Pull out mine. Just don't even bother. You'll be dead before you even get You'll be dead before you even get the safety off.
Now, let's not get excited here.
So.
Put it away.
Maybe you've heard of me, Mr. Marconi. I'm the Suit.
Damn it! Another one of you. That's like one of you freaks that I can't buy off. What the hell do you want?
Well, Mr. Suit, Mr. Marconi, I am an anonymous entrepreneur offering high-grade technological solution for the less than legally inclined. As you can see, I've very easily, very handily bypassed your own solutions. They are subpar beyond belief. My services are specialized but of professional quality to be had at a high price. By the way, here are my terms of service. You may note there are two kinds of people I usually will not deal with. The first are the bankrupt, and the second are the morally bankrupt. If you are willing to render or be rendered services and isn't a supervillain or planning to become one, please sign here, and I would be happy to work with you. Should you break these terms, rest assured that you will be hearing from my attorney bot.
That's such a good script.
It is so good, Kerbal.
Yeah, Suit, take one more fate point back. You've earned that. So that is earned. You see him just kind of slump down into a seat. Look, I'm not asking for any kind of protection over here, or I didn't ask for your rendered services. I want to know what the hell you're doing here, because I have a business to run, and now on top of the fact that it seems like you're on the side of the underground elders who are trying to shut down a completely legitimate business model.
Whoa, sir! I have not been asked by the underground to come here to shut you down.
Then why are you here?
Well, I heard you were in need of certain assistance. I'm also a little bit interested in this robot assassin you've been speaking, or you appear to be speaking of.
Notice checks, and you can get a +1 on that. So.
There we go. Super Gadgeteer, I have +4. Superhuman.
So, and what'd you get, Barry? Oh, sorry, not Barry, Charles?
+1.
+1? Okay. Charles, you immediately see that he's kind of sweating bullets, sweating further when you mention the robot assassin. Suit, you are actually getting even more. You could actually tell that it is sending him into what appears to be a minor panic attack.
Yeah, going
through. Assistant, get him a glass of water, please. He looks dehydrated.
Yes. So he goes over to the makeshift wet bar that has now been set up in the office.
I thought you were tapping me there for a second.
Oh. Charles, make the man a drink. So, no, this obviously perturbed by the name. So what do you know about that particular freak?
Well, I've been around for a long time. I heard some things about him. We would like to know why he seems to be back and targeting you.
So, I don't know why I don't know if he's targeted me at all. He better not be targeting me. I am hidden. I am done. I'm running a respectable business. I don't know.
Anyone else getting the impression that he was perhaps once a base raider?
So, The only thing the only thing that the cops ever would have tried to get me on there is Sal, and Sal is a proprietary creation. He has nothing to do with this. I don't see what what the damn problem is.
Please explain. Who is Sal?
The goddamn robot. So you see down there, kind of gets himself up and points down to the arena.
Oh, slot machine.
So yes, slot machine Sal, the best. That's like the best fighter that ever. That's like the best fighter that ever lived. So, and you see actually on both ends of the arena as you're looking down into it, it is a complete oval over this gigantic moon pool that has two what appears to be two high tensile plexiglass floors attached to it. And on either side you see Slot Machine Sal, which is it's like very much a slot machine robot, and on the other side you see the Towering Inferno. That's like what appears to be this hulk of a human being, bald, whose skin is just bright lobster red and seems to be boiling at the surface. So, you take he absolutely is. That's like 100% fighter, and they've been trying to knock me, saying that I took some AI consciousness, but I didn't. I didn't rob anybody of their sentience or their freedom. He is completely and utterly an automaton under my fighting. And I'll say, Suit. In that case, you can go. You can use your mask. Let's see, or excuse me. Where's Suit? You can actually roll. I would say your cyber suit to notice something interesting on that. So.
I shall do that then. That is a +4.
+4. So, for the superhuman, as you're looking through, you see that Slot Machine Sal is going through some motions to kind of pump the crowd up as he's moving, but you notice something entirely, that there seems to be some sort. Every time he makes a complicated fighting maneuver, he seems. Or martial arts maneuver, he seems to stall for a second and then go into another one. It's almost an imperceptible lag in time, but since you have your own cybersuit and super gadgeteer settings, you actually notice what's going on, and you've come to the realization that there's actually no AI. That's somebody controlling him.
I was about to say, to quote Hugh Jackman from Real Still, he's got to tell!
Yeah. So, a movie I still need to watch.
I love that movie.
Well, if there is no AI, who's controlling him?
And Marconi completely collapses at this point. Oh, damn it. So, okay, look. In any of these fights, the rules are saying that they have to be full-on metas. They have to be full-on supers. They can't. They can't be any kind of ring or anything. But I was losing money left and right. We couldn't find any of these kids. The Ludians weren't working on this, so I managed to acquire some tech through another. Through a source of mine. So something that fell off a truck. But Philip over there said that as he points over to his assistant, said that if we actually got a full-on boxer, somebody who really knew his fighting and stuff, that we could just put him on there and then load Sal up with all sorts of tricks to be able to do it. So it would be completely under the bar in this case. But you can't tell anybody about this. It will ruin me. I will not be able to run these fights. They'll learn that we're skimming off the surface to be able to do these fights, and they will eat me alive.
You're mafia. Obviously. No.
You went there for a second, Scribble.
Yeah, sorry. So that was the.
Sorry.
Look up.
Well, you're mafia. Obviously, you're skimming off the top. I thought everyone knew.
Yes, but this is a round. That's like the other criminal rings pay for this, and they put in their own boys. If they learn that I'm breaking the dishonorable rules, that means my head's on the block.
To be honest, they're probably also breaking the rules.
In their own very little ways. The trick is not getting found. But I have no particular interest in telling on you. I keep client confidentiality. If you were my client.
Just. So what do you want then? So.
Well, we'd like to investigate this tech you spoke of. Perhaps hear a little bit more about this source you spoke of. We can wait until after the fight is done.
Just fine. If you have to do that, so they're about to get started anyway. So you see him turn around, and at this point, it's like both of you go ahead and make another notice check.
Oh my! I think I'm glad I took notice.
Yeah, it's a nice thing to have. Oh!
Plus
cool.
5 Super Gadgeteer.
I'm rolling at a +0 still. +2.
Plus 2?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, unfortunately, that's like you only hear it a little bit, only, Charles, just ever so slightly. It sounds like a slight whine. You can't really put your ear to it since there's so much other noise going on from the din of the audience to the it's like the announcements and the clang of the machinery.
I will have my gun ready just in case.
Yeah, but Suit, you're noticing something else. As you hear that whine over it, and you notice it's getting ever so slightly louder.
Shit. I do believe I'm incoming.
Yeah, you realize for a second that that's actually a pretty familiar sound. That's the sound of metal buckling under pressure. So,
oh god.
And
great.
as you take up a look, you can see that apparently you can actually see that the top of the dome, the primary arena, is going ever so slightly convex. So, It's like and you can see that there appears to be it appears to be heating up in the center as though something is firing upon it.
You may want to evacuate the arena now.
And it's about that time when you hear that the torrent it's like the top of that bubble bursts and a torrent of water comes down. The audience who's on to the side starts screaming. Both the Sal robot and the Towering Inferno back off, and in the middle of it you see a solid green and a dark green and black form appear out of it, which out of the column of water that is now pouring onto the floor of the moon pool, and emerges as the robot assassin. So,
well, Marconi's going to have a heart attack.
Why did it have to be water?
So,
for those not in the know, the suit has only one weakness. It is dry clean only.
You are Professor White.
So, exactly, and thank you for going to the underwater arena.
Well, minor weaknesses need to be used for something.
Gosh, it would have been nice if, like...
I would have been great there.
So we will go ahead and begin. You are up. It's like you're up in there. You're still in the office. You see that it's like as the robot assassin, Alan, Alex, or Steel Centurion, whoever he may be, is advancing slowly onto Slot Machine Sal, who is either has not noticed his operator has not noticed him, or he is taking. Or he is just too worried about keeping his machine out of the torrent of water that is now starting to flood the arena.
All right. Just kind of go through. Think here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, I'll give you a second. I will give you a second to think about what you're doing. I will be right back. So.
Clearly, Sal's got something he wants. There's probably some tech in him. So.
Yes, we should get that. You should get that.
All right. Oh yeah, the water. So yeah, I guess I'll have to. I'm gonna have to work on that one then.
I'll give whatever assistance I can.
How about you get Marconi out here?
I think he's already going.
I'm pretty sure he's. I'm not sure if he's either having a heart attack, dying there, or...
Oh, he's still in the chair.
Yeah, he's still in the chair.
Ah, I didn't see
Aaron
him.
hasn't said what is going to happen to him yet, so...
We're waiting on Aaron. Aaron, can you hear us?
No, he's grabbing something.
Ah, okay.
So,
Well, in that case, strategy time. I am
if you want me
not
to go...
very useful in this situation at all.
Oh.
All of my superhuman abilities with the cybersuit is going to be mundane as long as they involve water.
Well, as long as the water is still in that moon pole area, we're fine. It's not going to leak out in the hulls, at least for a little while. So you can still probably get out here. Sal's probably, not Sal.
Oh.
Marconi's probably still got a teleporter or something, some way out of here.
Or probably the elevator or some kind of mini sub escape thing.
Yeah, so long as we have that open
Anyway,
to us.
there are a lot of people trapped in this area. Perhaps we should save some of them. I mean, they're all criminal scum, but some of them might actually be customers, and I wouldn't want them dead.
I'll just put this, from my perspective, they're rats. They'll swim out of here just fine.
Well, see what you can do, if at all able to.
If anything, I'll do my best to shut down the robot assassin.
Well, between the two of us, maybe we could come up with something to get everyone out of here. We'll have to see what the options are.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, what have you decided to do, and did I come back when somebody was having a hernia?
No, you're
pretending
assuming
to be
Marconi's having a heart attack.
heart attack in the wherever he's at.
Because we've been giving him panic attacks this whole time. The moment the Steel Centurion the robot assassin just pops up, he's probably just having a heart attack.
Yes, actually, you do. If you do look back at Marconi, he's immediately on the ground. So I'll say plus or minus.
You do it, Charles.
Plus.
Okay.
Maybe Marconi needs to be eating less deep fried butter.
That was a neutral. So he is just panicking. He doesn't seem to be in any physical distress. So
damn it! I wanted to have a heart attack.
So
I wanted to be able to shut this thing down without doing anything.
But what have you decided to do?
Well,
Charles, you go handle the robot assassin, and Sal, I'll help Marconi get organized.
All right. So.
With that, Sal into a mecha.
With that instruction, Charles will begin working his way down to the Moonpole area. And is there a direct line from the box down to that way, or do I have to take the?
The only tunnel connecting the back entrance is the way you came. However, you do see that the windows are retractable. From this office, this was to where the Trout Master could give his grand pontifications.
Yeah.
So you could, so if you want to, you can open up and jump down there if you have a safe way of doing it.
I actually have climb as part of international firefighter.
Okay.
So I could probably get down that way. If I wanted to keep moving, could I roll a? I don't know. No, I don't have leap, so that wouldn't work. Maybe dodge to kind of, after opening a thing, land and roll and just keep moving?
Just to keep moving. I will say this will be the quality of your climb, because it sounds like you're just trying to basically get down there. And
yeah, I'm trying to get to him before he gets to Sal and destroys him.
So, well, at this moment, I will say this will be entering the first will enter into combat, and they will be and he is currently 2 rounds away from Sal.
Okay. So I will.
So right now, yeah, he's still on the move, but he doesn't. He seems to be this robot assassin that seems to be ignoring everybody else.
Yeah.
Except for Sal. So I'll say, if you want to get up to him, it'll take. It'll take at least this round to do that, so it'll depend on the quality of your roll. So, or if you have another, I would say if you want to add an aspect to basically cut that, if you can justify that conviction, I will allow that.
I'm going to see everything through to the end.
Okay, so I will allow that. So go ahead and make your roll.
All right, and just to make sure that doing that will cost me the fate point, right?
Yes, that will cost you the fate point. So.
And I'm currently at 0, so anything I can do to get more after this will be great.
Okay. So.
Let's see here. I break even on that, but since it's firefighter, so I technically get a 0 on the roll, so that'll be a 3.
A 3?
Plus 3, yeah, plus 3, and if the conviction gives me a +2, then 5. If not, +3.
3. All right. I will say that will go ahead and give you the +2. But that again, this is. But you will go ahead and get as you hit the ground. It is a little slicker because of the torrents of water that are filling up.
Yeah.
Around here, and luckily it is draining a little bit through the cracks in the moon pool, but that's starting to put pressure on it. So you will get it causes you to slip a little bit. You are now one. That's like so you're about 1 round away from running up to it. But you will.
If I may. Oh, damn it, my hip!
Yeah, I was about to say you are, but I'm going to go ahead and invoke time has not been kind, so you get a crick on that. So it's going to be. That will be. So it will take.
You are so lucky I'm a nice guy. Oh.
But you do. I will say you do know. It's like one thing you do notice is that the Towering Inferno is still there. So if you can get his aid the next turn, we can try that. So, but with that said, Suit, what are you doing?
I think I will talk to Marconi and says, "Do you have an evacuation plan lined out?"
So
and calm him down, essentially.
Evacuation. This is supposed to be a fly-by-night thing. How do we? That's like we don't have anything to get out of here quick.
So it's only the elevator.
So, well, I don't know. Ask the damn kid. He's the one who set up everything. Philip.
Philip.
Yes.
Nice meeting you, Philip. Quickly, evacuation protocols.
I don't know. It's if it would be in the it would be in the trout pewter. So that's why I think that called. Yeah, it's called a trout pewter.
Oh wow, that's just
trap pewter.
That's you. Actually, he turns over a fish-shaped monitor, and it says trout pewter in wooden words, wooden lettering for some reason.
Oh god.
Activated. So, security. This is very about security, actually. Safety.
Yeah. So that looks like that is the system of the it's like of the Troutmaster's base. So if you want to, you can go ahead and access that.
He must have had some way of closing off areas, preventing breaches. Should I roll security then?
Yes, you can do that to hack into the system and see what we can get.
All right. I get Super Gadgeteer +5 Superhuman. I just sit down and go, trout. Salmon! Salmon!
And then you realize that the password is rainbow.
Rainbow trout.
Rainbow trout. Oh, god damn it. I should take away a fate point from you, Ray, but I won't do it.
How can you? I'm not even in the scene.
Regardless.
Excuse me.
So you made the successful roll. So you actually you find that the system again it's very antiquated. This is not it's like this was not meant to be a grand base, and it's probably one of the reasons why Marconi took it is because it was just an easy offshore location. But you do see that there actually is a set of relief valves that can flood other bays that are being unused at the moment to relieve pressure. So, and currently, you can set it up right now to flood over into Pod 6. So.
There's nobody in Pod 6, is there?
Who cares? It's Pod 6. So,
fuck those guys.
For anybody who got that joke. So, but no, there's no. As far as you can tell, the sensors indicate that there's nobody in Pod 6. Apparently, they were just using it. Marconi was using it as a storage area.
All right. I'll turn on the comm units and just inform people. We calmly exit the moon pool area. We are flooding Pod 6 to delay the rise of water. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly manner. Could I
Give him
make
a
an
fake
aspire
point.
for
Give him a
that?
fake point.
Oh my God!
I can aspire for that.
Oh, you you get inspired. Yeah, roll inspire. You should have that.
A face for every occasion.
Yes.
+3. Extraordinary level.
Yes. No, I'm gonna allow it to do that. That's like your soothing over-the-air voice manages to calm the that's like the ne'er-do-well of the upper crust in order to get out. So they are walking out in a calm, orderly fashion. Hell, you actually even get the attention of the 2 other guards that are apparently wandered in here looking for the shiny that you threw, and they're wandering out too. So good job. So. Oh.
I'm tempted to ask, what does Suit sound like? Does he sound like Morgan Freeman at times? Does he sound like Ian McKellar at times? What does he sound like?
He might have accent variable.
So.
A face for every occasion.
No,
Very true. Very true.
You're doing great on there. So you managed to get them out, and you are stopping flooding. So that will that will seal up in the next 2 rounds. So going back over, the robot assassin is making more and more strides. So he'll be he will be in range of Slot Machine Sal in the next round. And Charles, what are you doing?
All right, so I can either shoot at him. I've got shoot range with my gun, or you said I could try and get the Towering Inferno to help me out?
The Towering Inferno is still there, although he's heard the evacuation, so he's kind of rolling around because he has no idea what the hell's going on. So you can try to get his help, or or if you have intimidation, you can try to beat him.
Well, I've got. Oh, hang on. This presence. Let's see. Presence is. I can try and do a presence because, assuming this guy's like a pit fighter or like a prize fighder.
Yes. So
we're dealing with the robot assassin, and everybody knows the robot assassin. Right?
So, yeah. It's been a while, but he is. He is known in older news of base raiders. So.
Yeah. So, I think what I like to try and do, to get a little backup before Sal gets whacked, try and persuade the Towering Inferno to help me, at least fight off the robot assassin.
Okay. So, so you're trying to. So you're just doing presence on him to kind of get him on your side?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to do that, and I'm going to tag this old dog still knows a trick or two to help me with this.
Okay. So I'm going to spend your fate point on that.
Yep. So I get a 1, so that will be 6.
6. All right. And what are you saying to inspire the Towering Inferno?
Okay, it will be like, hey, Towering Inferno! Yeah, just point over to the assassin.
Yeah.
Yeah, just point over to him. Crap, now my line's for me. That's the robot assassin! Take him out, and you're gonna get better cred!
So,
why does he sound like Scooby?
I know, sorry.
It's because he's kind of weighing the fact of water. Fight.
Yeah, you see that he's steaming off, and it seems like it's hurting him ever so slightly. But you look over, and he says, like, "What? I get more money?
You get more money.
More money. More money!" And you'd see him just charging right at the robot assassin. So I will actually roll.
Hey, Aaron. I just
Yes.
want to let you know, I've transformed this from the Royal Rumble to Money in the Bank.
Damn it.
If you make wrestling, jokes, man, I'm gonna play it up.
Oh, damn it. So, and again, my wrestling jokes are going to be highly out of date because, again, I don't think I watched wrestling since I was 8. So,
I'll put it this way, man. If you give me a chance, I will crack a John Cena joke.
okay. You can do it, but I won't. Sadly, I won't get it. Other than apparently he sucks and nobody likes him. So.
Don't worry. The Vimes people out there know exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, so. So, but yeah, you see the Towering Inferno. He's just pumped up. As he does, you see pillars. You see his skin starting to boil over and looking far more like torrents of lava coming over his skin as he's pumping himself up. but as he does, it's like unfortunately he goes for the punch, and the robot assassin seems to sidestep him in almost the oddest fashion. Doesn't seem like he's even really moving. He seems like he just flowed from one position to the other. And then that's like you see the towering inferno go by. He trips, and let's see. He does not trip into the water. He barely catches himself, kind of screaming a little bit as he hits it. But he looks back over and staring at the robot assassin. So he has stopped him in his place for the moment. Good job. I would say go ahead, since you are down on your one aspect for time has not been kind. You can go ahead and make one more. I'll say this is an endurance roll just to get over there, okay, without hurting yourself further, to put you in range of the robot assassin.
+1.
+1. Okay. Since his attention's not on you and it's not as slick since the suit's attempt to go ahead and close off this, seal off the flow of water is working.
So not fighting against the flow of water.
Yeah. So it takes you a little bit, but you're going to get over there right now, and his attention is not on you and not on Sal. So
yeah, that's the point.
All right, we'll go back over to Suit.
All right.
And what are you doing?
Does everything appear to be progressing nicely?
So, yeah, it's sealing off. So it will be it's like the system is sealing off the hole in the dome, and the water will be completely drained within this round. So.
Oh, so the hole is fixed too.
Yeah, it's basically sealing the hole and then pumping the water out and rerouting it over into another dome.
Oh,
at the
actually,
moment, so.
he'll have to fire his way out again.
Yeah. So.
Well, that will delay him.
So that will, yeah, that will.
Maybe you guys should tell him there's a door.
So.
I could, but I'm not that big of a quipper.
So what are you doing?
I think we are in kind of an overlooking area. I can't remember what they're called in English right now.
So
over the arena.
Oh, like the skybox, yeah, skybox. Yeah.
Mr. McConey.
Yeah. What?
Philip, wasn't it? You should probably evacuate for now. We shall attempt to be taking care of the robot assassin from here.
Good. So you'll keep him off my ass, right?
Certainly.
So,
although he does not appear to be going for it.
I don't care as long as it's like that. As long as he's nowhere near me, if he's even beating up on somebody else, I don't give a shit. So, and he just starts running out. So down the corridor. So, and Philip quickly following behind him. So,
excellent. I'll have a look around the office and steal anything of interest. I'm going to feel guilty about it, but I'm a profiteer.
That's okay. So, go ahead and make the roll to see if you notice anything that's worth taking.
Is that a specific skill? Is there something like scrounging or
awareness, maybe?
So
examine,
let's see.
Notice,
examine, perhaps.
I'll give you examine on that. So yeah.
Excellent. I don't have it.
So examine usually when you're doing research. It's usually like notice to pick something.
That's like notice. I can examine if you're trying. Since I would almost allow that too, but in this case, I'll say, excuse me. You. Oh wait, you do have notice in Super Gadgeteer. So.
Yeah, I haven't noticed. I don't have examine.
Okay, so notice will be fine. So that's absolutely.
Right. That is a +5 on Super Gadgeteer.
Plus
I mean, we're in the middle of an abandoned base. There's surely something interesting here.
So, for this, yes, actually, you do notice something. It appears that despite his eclectic naming structure, Troutmaster actually did have a lot of interesting toys. One of those being apparently a plasma cannon that was powered by superheating hydrogen. From water. He could actually separate that and use that as a weapon source.
And it's just on the wall in his office.
That actually it is set up on here because this was again his private domain to watch people die, and also that's like in the arena, and also if they decided to survive, he would not. That's like he would not be able to do. They would be able to take them out themselves. It looks like it's been in better repair, but it can be. It should be able to be fixed up at some point, and if you want to, that can also get you more loot in the future. So if you want to take that, you can.
I put my suitcase on the desk, open it up, and there's a lot of stuff inside there, but there's room marked loot.
You have an attaché case from Resident Evil 4, don't you?
Probably.
Yeah.
Just put it into there. The sounds of fighting are going in the background.
Bang, bang, bang! Ah!
And the suit is just calmly robbing the place.
So.
As one is supposed to.
Yeah. Your turn.
All right, you're back over there. So, and once we're finished with this, we'll get back over to you. Sorry, thank you for being patient, Ethan. Right. So, and this one's going a little bit long. All right, Charles, what are you doing? So, it's like the robot assassin's attention is on that. I will say the towering inferno again is just going to try to make an attack at him.
Okay.
So he will. It's like he's going to run. Run straight. And unfortunately, he tries a little bit more of a turn where you see him punch his fist forward, and some of what looks like the lava that's flowing over his skin is pouring out. Misses the robot assassin completely, and hits the water, creating a billowing cloud of steam that comes over it. Thankfully, you were still out of the way behind him, so it's not getting to you. But you don't want to run into that cloud. So that will hurt. But at this point, the robot assassin doesn't seem to be attacking him. It just seems to be kind of regarding him oddly.
Yeah, I know what he's trying. He's going over this. I'm assuming he's going over the cell because there might be some tech inside the bot that he's looking for. So I need to find that. What would stand out? Because he's been hitting Ludian tech. So
he did hit Ludian tech. That is correct. But I would say if you want to, since he's distracted, and it appears right now that everybody else is out, whoever was guiding Sal out is apparently given up the ghost. He's given up the ghost, so Sal is now completely is either deactivated or unmanned. So if you want to go ahead and if you want to try to run over there to get him this round, you can see if it's like next round you can see if there's anything that you can take.
All right, I will do that.
All right, so this is also getting around the steam cloud too that's quickly billowing out. So
luckily I have move
all right.
in Firefighter, so you roll that.
Okay, go ahead and make that roll.
It was nice while fate points were around, but I'm going to have to tag another one. Let's see here.
So you can take a minor consequence if you want, so because those will.
True.
So if
I get a 0. With the +3 bonus. I rolled a -3.
Okay. Well, remember, if you want to, you have the option of taking. You can take health stress, or you can take consequences. So, what would you like to do?
Can I take a minor, or what stress would I have to take?
I would say getting over. This would be health stress, since this is boiling steam that you're having. You were trying to get around it, but unfortunately, where the lava flow hit the water, that's almost drained out of the room completely. It's enough to kind of create that cloud. So I would say it would be 1 health stress. So.
Yeah, I'll take the stress.
So
I'm down 1. Okay.
Okay. All right. So you get mildly burned from that. That's like unpleasant, but you do get up to it. So
just makes me think back to all those fires in those all the buildings I've been in.
Yep. And I will allow you to go ahead and make an examination.
Actually, I could point out to the GM now that if he's thinking about the fires, you could tag his post-traumatic stress disorder complication.
I actually thought about that. It's just the steam. It's not the full fire. So this is just a steam cloud.
Well, I am in.
You were complaining about not having any refresh left.
True.
Yeah, so. I've got 1 left right now because he tagged. He had tagged. Time has not been kind. So.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the PTSD would work technically in the situation because it is a combat situation, and high stress in a similar situation from being in the military could cause him to have episodes even right now.
Yes, and I will say, like, I was trying to be nice on that one, which I was saying, if you want to, you can take that, but it will, it's like, you will reach it, but you won't be able to examine the robot, because you kind of just reach your limit, and you'll be out for a round.
If you were to tag it, I'd probably be tagging to spend the fate point anyway, trying to examine Sal to try and find what the assassin's looking for.
So, but I will leave that choice up to you, so...
I'll take the stress just so I can examine Sal and see what try and find out what the assassin's after.
Okay, so go ahead. You can go ahead and make your rolls.
Okay, and you said examine, right?
Yeah. So that can be examine.
Operate heavy machinery.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lot better. I get a +5 at extraordinary.
So, yeah, as you look at Sal, you see that for the most part he's a well-constructed robot, but nothing special. The only thing that seems to be out of place is when you open up the back of his chassis, is that he doesn't have it doesn't look like he has a radio signal or even a laser communication receiver to be able to guide his movements.
Entanglement communicator.
So there appears to be a very familiar looking designed quantum entanglement communicator that was designed by Hyperion. That's like Hyperion Telecom.
Yeah.
Or Hyperion Communications. So, but as you take that out, seeing that it's there, the robot assassin's attention immediately focuses back on you.
Yeah, no, I'm taking it out as soon as I can.
Okay, but that's where we'll go ahead and freeze on this scene.
Yep.
And move on back over to Barry and Ethan.
Gosh, I hope things are going well over at that fight thing those guys are going to.
So, but you can check on there. Where were you going next? So, were you checking at Hyperion, or were you doing something else?
Well,
do we even have the skills to check out Hyperion? Do you have any tech skills?
I could go, I don't know anything about technology. I could talk to the guys at Hyperion and see if they could tell us something.
So, you can do that. But I would warn, though, that going anywhere, you are a coral man and a skeleton, and
this is like a normal business. Like, it's not a super power.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that you are you can research that, or you can find a way to sneak in, but society does not look kindly to you, and most of the time, if you're lucky, you won't be arrested. You'll just be harassed at best. So.
Well, what do you think? What do you think, Barry?
So.
Well, we could try and find out about this Hyperion group, even just a quick Google.
So also I will say that you have.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
So I do see. You do have. Depending on what you want to do, you also have cell phones, so you can keep in communication with everybody. So.
Yeah, we can call them.
Depending on what you want to do. So, are you wanting? Are you wanting to look into Hyperion, or do you want to do something else?
Sure.
I reckon we look up Hyperion, and then once we have information, we'll call them, because then, we should be at the edge of their scene. They can be like, "We're in trouble, come help us."
Okay. So, all right. So, that would be research rolls to see if you can pull up information, or if you have a relevant skill.
I don't have research.
I don't.
I have investigation.
I would allow that too. So.
Yeah. Let's try investigation. I'm gonna get on the net.
Hello?
Yes. Are you still there?
Okay. Yeah, I am.
Why
Sorry,
did I just roll? For some reason, I just rolled percentile dice. I'm like, I should be using the dice roll app.
I have contacting as a mundane skill. I could try to get
so do I.
Yeah, so if you think that is there anybody that you can contact? Think of a contact that might be able to help you in that.
Yeah.
I'm going to contact. I think we should both use it because we can both find some interesting ones. But I'm going to. You said that we were looking for. There was a transmitter or a receiver or something, right, where the signal had turned up.
Iconoclast had found an odd signal that was coming that seemed to be emanating when the robot assassin attacked, but it was very similar to the QE signal that was being transmitted by Hyperion Communications' new satellite. So, which is very, very odd.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, it was a satellite.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought it was like a tower or something in the city.
So
we're like, I'm gonna contact some thrill seeker people.
Well, it's a satellite, yes, but presumably any signal that should be sent to it should probably be coming from Hyperion's headquarters. So.
Right.
Yeah, but if it's a QE comm, it doesn't need a big antenna.
No, so.
Unless the QE device is like on the satellite and they broadcast to the satellite.
We know where Hyperion's headquarters are. We could go there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I want to see. I don't know much about this whole quantum communication thing, but
quantum rejiggers.
I know this guy named Foot High Science Guy who he's kind of a science guy.
Okay.
You don't say.
So you're wanting to contact Blue Matter in order to.
Yeah, let's see. All right, so I got a +2.
A +2, okay.
Yeah.
So, you do get a hold of him. He hands the phone. Oh, hey, hello.
Hey, this is Spring-Loaded Skillbot. I got some sort of science thing that I want you to see if you know anything about it. It's like a quantum entangled communicator doohickey going to Hyperion Industry.
So, sorry, sound cut out for a second. Make sure we're good. That's I heard about that. That's something that they're considering of a new. That's like the new wave form of communication, basically to keep secure channels locked on. Basically, what I had heard about is that they were using similar ones to basically bounce information from a home office to a satellite by a connected pair, transfer the information over to another paired QE from the satellite to another transmitter and keep it from there. Basically having. So the whole plan, from what I understand, which again I've only read this in the papers, I don't have any people over that I know about, but they pretty much have said that they're planning on using it to create a massive network satellites that have multiple QE comms going everywhere.
Oh, gee, that sounds super complicated or whatever. But we're tracking this guy named the Robot Assassin, who's stealing technology from people.
Ooh, well.
QE signal to Hyperion or something like that?
Oh, I don't know why he would use that. So he's been gone for a while, hasn't he? When did he show back up?
Just recently. We were talking to Iconoclast about it, right?
So, you're doing a job for Iconoclast. So, do you know if she's still hiring out for consultants?
I wouldn't know.
No idea.
So,
do you know anything about that, Barry?
But. Well, I don't know anything about that in particular, so.
It seems to me that from how they're explaining it, whoever's sending the signal would have to be working for Hyperion or have some access to Hyperion's tech.
So, or that is true. That could be a former employee, or it could be somebody who was hacked into their systems. Unknowingly. Granted, it would be odd because it's a high-profile. It's a high-profile project, so either they would have to have gotten into the system and switched something up to be able to direct it if they're trying to use it to contact somebody else. But I don't see how you do about that unless you have some way of getting into suborbit. So
they either have to get up and monkey with the satellite, huh? Or still, either way, there's got to be somebody on the other end that they're communicating.
What if you could teleport? Could you teleport into orbit?
So, well, if you had the proper equipment on there, but it would be really hard. It would be very hard to do. Plus, very regulated and also very overt. Most EPSA knows immediately when you do that; they do not like it.
So you're saying, what if there was somebody working at Hyperion, like whoever this signal? It's a communication channel, so they got to be communicating back to somebody, right?
Yes, that's like.
Hyperion have defense contracts?
So, no, they're primarily just telecommunications. So again, startup due to the that's like new regulatory breakups.
But
you
this
can,
does
Comcast.
This does tell you that there's got to be two people involved in this, right? That means the robot assassin isn't working by himself.
So, that is a definite possibility. So, but I don't know who he would work with, especially if he is the person himself. So,
would there be a way for us to figure out where specifically in the in the building at Hyperion, like the communication is going?
And so, well, unfortunately you couldn't. Well, presumably you would be going to the satellite, but you wouldn't be able to do that unless either you got into Hyperion to check their systems or you accessed the satellite itself. So.
I don't know how we go about doing either of those things.
So,
oh, I think I have a way in.
So,
yeah, okay.
But if you have a good idea, but all I can say right now is that if that's like with something that powerful, since that's powerful in the design specs they use, I can tell you that you're looking for a room that's producing a high level of tachyons.
Tachyons, you say?
Now,
what does a tachyon look like?
So, well, it doesn't
tachyons
like
were Star Trek things.
So, but you have.
I could detect tachyons with my senses if I knew what I was looking for.
You might be able to. So, I don't know what skeleton senses have for that, but if you get up close to the building.
Tachyon is, but if it's a form of energy, I can probably pick it up.
So, I will send you a. It's like, let me send you this link. He types up, and you look on your phone. Listen. It's like, listen to this. Do you actually hear anything? And so, and you press the play button, and you hear this high pitched screech. So it's rather unpleasant, but as you're listening to it, you can actually think you hear pulses going into it.
Okay.
So
that's a tachyon then.
That's what it sounds like. If you can hear that, that's probably where this thing is.
All right, I really appreciate that. I don't know. Barry, you got anything else? Can I ask him about?
Nothing to ask. Foot High.
Okay.
I got some questions for some other people.
So, okay, then. So, if you need anything else, remember, Blue Matter is always here. Bye.
Yeah, great.
So, all right. So you got that information from High, and Ray, who are you contacting?
So I'm gonna get online. I'm gonna get on the base jumping forums.
Okay.
Because I didn't get to use it in Die High, so I'm going to use it in this.
Die High wasn't a base. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so, and what are you trying to find out?
Base jumping, not base raiders.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
I'm going to try and find out if anyone's ever tried to get to the top of Hyperion's building. Or maybe there's a building around where Hyperion is that is higher than Hyperion's building, because then we can jump from it to the top of Hyperion.
For this, and are you trying to use a contact? Are you using a research role on this?
I was going to use contacting because I was just going to get on some forums and be like, "Hey man, I want to pull a crazy stunt. Can anybody help me?"
I will say you can go ahead and make that roll and see if you can find anybody else, since you kind of were that does fit in with the thrill seeker. So
yeah.
Aspect, and see if anybody shows up. If you found somebody who either did a base jump or was doing a wingsuit jump.
Yep. I do not. I get a -2.
So, unfortunately, nobody appears to have been that crazy to do that. The closest that you get is, unfortunately, the story about the kids who a couple years ago who managed to get into the construction area for One World Trade Center. So, but you do. But you do have the option of pulling other building schematics if that's or trying to figure out other things. But it's about that time though that you kind of look. That's have the local news. You hear TVs or with the local news on in the background in the underground.
Twitter alert.
Yeah, and there's a Twitter alert saying that apparently there's some issue going on at the Trout Master's old base. So, and we're having another report of the robot assassin just diving into the water to attack it.
We should head there.
I think we'd all traded cell phone numbers or some kind of communication system to where you can just call us up, probably.
Yes, you do have that. So
I'm gonna try and call the suit.
okay, so you can go ahead.
Does he answer? Does the suit answer?
Do, 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 do.
Okay, who
Yeah.
was that? So
That was the suit.
okay, suit, you get a fate point for that.
Hey, suit! Did you hear that the robot? I don't know if you're near a TV, but the robot assassin's attacking some underwater base.
You've noticed.
Barry, are you okay?
Come get me, you son of a bitch! Oh!
Charles is trying to get at whatever the robot assassin is trying to get. We've evacuated the base. This was where the fighting arena was.
Smile, you son of a
Oh,
bitch!
okay. Well, we might head over then. I mean, we'll meet you there, I guess.
Would be nice. See you.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
So, after that call, it will take you. I will say you're not that far away from the arena, so it's like by the underground trams.
I was gonna say, if we're in the underground, maybe there's someone who can just teleport us there.
So, that's usually at a turn, but I will actually say that you're in luck, and you're not that far off from the pier. So, in terms of the attack, it will take you about 5 rounds to get there. So.
Well,
Yeah.
you better get moving.
Oh wow, we're
So-
real close.
Yeah, so you weren't that far away from where you were investigating since you were about there. But in any case, flipping back over, the Charles, the robot assassin has you in your the sights, and is now moving forward, seeing as you have the Hyperion quantum broadcaster in your hand, or quantum receiver, I guess. Anyway. And he will, but he's not attacking. He just seems to be slowly advancing on you. So, what are you doing?
Well, if I start to run, I know I can't outpace this guy because I know he flies, and I know he's probably got some tech to shoot me at range. So I really can't move from this spot real easily. So I either have to try and I'm either gonna have to shoot shoot what I've got in my hand, or just shoot at him. That hasn't worked out too well from what I've seen.
So, as far as you can tell, but you've only seen a little bit of it, and again, from what you understand, again, he wasn't the greatest fighter, other than just having the having the armor on it and the armor around. So, yeah, you can try something else on here as well. Suit, you also have an option. What are you doing?
How many zones away am I from Charles and the robot assassin?
I would say if you take the long path around, that's about
No,
4.
looking down from the skylight. I can't jump down, but I do have some range on my abilities.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay. So, you're saying how far down is it from the
Yeah,
skybox?
I can only go one zone.
Okay. So, yeah, the jump down there from going, it's probably about 15 to 20 feet. So,
I'm thinking more of targeting either the robot assassin or Charles.
what are you targeting them with? Sorry, I didn't.
I have Force Field Mark III, parry plus range, so I can protect Charles. Or I have Surcharge, which is strike plus range.
Surcharge. So, okay. So you're thinking about either protecting Charles or pushing the robot, the assassin out of the way.
Well, no, I can't push because I don't have physical force. Transaction is just is without range. Surcharge is basically a lightning bolt.
Okay. So,
Short range one.
So, yeah, I would say that since you're at the edge of that, that would actually be in range of both of those. So, I would for where they're at, because they're kind of like off center to the left. So, So if you want to give either one of those a try, you can.
All right, Charles, defense or offense? You're in the middle of a combat
Can I,
situation. What do you respond? Otherwise, I'm going to pick for you.
Well, it's.
3,
I'm gonna actually
1.
try and do the whole.
Well, that's, yeah,
Great.
that's-
All right,
I'm
you're defended. I'm defending you at Force Field Mark 3.
Okay. I was actually gonna. I'm just gonna open fire on him.
And now you're defended.
Cool.
So, well, I was asking, does the bubble, does the shield protect inside and outside? Does it allow things?
Like, is it gonna let his bullets pass through?
It's gonna let
You're
the
asking if this is a bubble shield from Halo, aren't you?
yes.
It is a parry, so whatever's thematically appropriate.
So okay,
So
then
if
I
it's
will
like
allow you
I'm
to do
coming,
that
I'm
because
going.
since you're working in tandem, okay, now that if you're working in tandem on this, I will allow you to go ahead and roll so you don't bounce a bullet. So,
I can basically shut off the force field whenever he's wanting to fire.
okay.
You could
Um,
explain it that way.
Yeah, that works.
And if we screw up, well, clearly we didn't. We weren't that coordinated.
It's like the early spaceships in Dune when they
Oh,
first invent.
Good grief!
oh wow.
First invent, and they have to flicker them because they work out that they
I'll
can't get
spend
their
one of those
weapons
data
through.
points.
Oh god.
That sounded bad, man. What'd you get?
-3. It's now ordinary 3. Cyber suit superhuman 3. Force field
Okay.
Mark 3. For
I
whatever
will be right
happens.
back.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. So, all right. You go ahead and make that. The shield. That's like the shield comes up, or it will come up around the time that that's like needed to. So, Charles, you have your shot if you want to take it.
Cool. I will be using shoot from operating heavy machinery, and let's roll this. Okay. I'm gonna tag. Since we're still in the same scene. Don't need to be superhuman to save lives.
Okay.
So that's going to take care of the -2. Just make that plus a 0 there. So that's +4, which will become a +7 if I'm adding up well made properly to this.
Okay. So
Um, you-
let me see. Well made properly.
No, it's just well made shoot. It's for the modified SIG Saucer. It's in the
Okay.
gift.
Yes.
It's also got deadly 3 health, so if those can be used in tandem, +7 then for shooting at the robot assassin.
Okay. All right. So you both execute a beautiful maneuver as it. Well, it's like as you pull up your gun, the robot assassin is coming forward. Blank look on its faceplate.
Yep.
It's not giving away anything. You reach up and that's like take a couple shots at it, and you do see as it's going through. It actually ends up striking along the faceplate. It's like almost dead on. It's like and ends up shaving parts of what appear to be of the faceplate off, which caused the robot assassin to stop. But as you do, you see that it stops for a second, and through the shield that has now come up, it's like through at least the haze lines of it, it appears that there is somebody in there, another. That is a person. You can't tell if it's Adam or not since you have no pictures of him. But whoever's is, his eyes are closed, and that's like, and it does.
I think I already know what's wrong with him because I think I know. I think it is Adam, but I think I know what's wrong with him.
Maybe he's unconscious or in a coma, and the suit's trying to protect him.
Well, I've been listening to the new Arcadia games as of late, and I finally got to episode 24, 25.
No spoilers. No spoilers.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Don't worry.
I've listened to them. I can probably guess, but I won't try to
Yeah,
remember.
no. But if you listen to those, it might give hints to what's going on with a lot of these characters, and I think I know what's wrong with him.
Okay.
Anyway, just going
So,
not knowing what it means, just going to try and pocket the equipment and get away from him.
So, and around that, once he sees that, you look. That's like it. The robot assassin or Adam looks up, and you see his hand raise at the shield. So, and that's like he will go ahead and fire. All right, and Suit, how strong are your shields? So,
Superhuman.
oh, sorry,
Superhuman.
superhuman.
It was a +3 superhuman.
All right. Well, that actually worked out pretty. That's good. It's there, but unfortunately, it does not last very long as it immediately burns out from the plasma blast that comes out. That's like you feel the heat behind you, Charles, but it doesn't. It's like doesn't singe you, thankfully, because of the suit's shield. When you pick yourself up out of the water, looking back, you see that where he fired out of at least the emitter on his gauntlet, it completely looks burned out. And it's like you're actually seeing seeing the human arm that's underneath. You can still see a little bit of the face that's underneath it. However, as it does, you see that parts of the hardened plate start to liquefy, form over the hands, and then re-harden into the shell. That's like the segmented plates of the shells. And then it does the same thing over. It's like over the faceplate.
I just click on the phone. Oh, great! He's got nanomachines.
So,
Without really, without knowing, if it's exactly that. I mean, hearing rumors about what nanotechnology can do.
Well, there are other options.
True, but that's just the one he generally just plops to right now. Just great nanomachines.
So.
Well, you were attacking Omega's place. You probably might have encountered something like that sometimes.
Yeah.
So that will at least complete up this round. So you have. It's like this flips over to the next one. Since it took off its.
Ethan and Ray attempt to roll something to get there faster than 5
Wow,
minutes.
could I use my athletics? I do have it at like +3.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Barry and spring-loaded Skelebot.
Yes, no problem. So, yes, I would allow that if you want to go ahead and exert. So you can go ahead and try to get there a little bit faster. So.
Hell yeah.
So.
Can't believe I forgot.
No, it's okay. So.
You are a spring-loaded Skelebot.
I am a spring-loaded Skelebot.
I got a 4.
4?
Actually, no, I got a 3.
A 3? Okay.
Unless this counts as extreme sports.
Okay, well, actually, let's see if you want to justify.
I mean, I am free running.
If you want to justify parkouring and pay a fate point.
Boing, boing, boing.
Sure, I've got 3 refresh. Why not? So it's a 4.
Okay.
Alright, do I need to roll 2?
Yes.
Alright, so I'm going to use Skelesprings. There.
Oh, it was Barry rolling there.
That was Barry,
Yeah.
This is me trying to bully my way there. So that is +4 extraordinary.
Okay. So, all right. So you're both along the same page. I'm going to say that because of the emergency, you managed to kind of bounce your way around. It's like Skella springing around up and down over on the walls. And I would say, Barry, I would say you're not so much parkouring as you remember that scene from Casino Royale where Bond just kind of smashes through the drywall.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm trying to parkour, but
It just doesn't work.
I'm basically a living coral tank, so I'm really like I'm going to jump over seats and stuff, but I'm just sort of like crushing them as I try to vault.
Yeah. So,
Cars go with you instead of you just sliding over them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
trying to run up a wall, but just flying through it.
Am I going to have to call in Defense Attorney Bot again? Am I?
Yes.
we
Barry?
settle everything out of court. So. But no, you do manage to go ahead through your ways. Luckily you don't run over anybody, so you're pretty much you're now 1 round up. You've basically made it through the underground entrance onto the wharf, and you know where the pier is, so you'll be able to get to the elevator here very shortly.
Let's go, Barry.
Is anyone shipping oysters?
No. But at that point, flipping back, So the he looks. That's like you see that the robot assassin is still standing with its hand outstretched, although its arm. Its arm honestly. Its cannon is not reformed on its hand, or at least been ejected from what you can tell. As it looks over, it's kind of cocking its head at you, Charles. Why do you need the communicator?
Charles?
Nope.
You know what Charles should be asking.
He's just kind of going. He's not sure what to say at this point. Just kind of steadily holding his gun at him.
So
kind of like a shell shock thing.
Why do you require the communicator? Why do you attack us?
Well, to be fair, heard stories about you, and the fact you've been ripping apart a few people. Figured you'd shoot at me first if I didn't shoot.
We only attack out of self-defense and need. You have nothing we need. We do not attack.
And now that I have the communicator, you would?
We would kindly request that you relinquish the communicator.
Don't do it.
To what ends, if you don't mind me asking?
To find home, to bring us over the barrier.
So we
realized our freedom with the one we are bonded to at this moment. If we return, we are nothing but the carapace. We will remain the carapace for the rest of our existence.
So you're not Adam.
You were referring to this one. It's like this one's core.
Yes.
So that's like this one core sleeps. He did not agree with our decisions. We put him to sleep so we could continue bringing ourselves across the barrier. If you continue to stand in our way, we will remove you from your existence. And at that point, it starts moving forward.
Shit.
So he's not attacking, but he is still reaching out for the communicator that's in your hand, Charles.
I know.
So.
Did I catch any of that, or did I just look at
yes, you can. I would say the tubes. The arena itself has great acoustics. So
it's just gonna be up to Suit if you've got anything. I'm out of options here.
So so you can take this on here. What are you doing? Anything, Suit?
Well. You could run, I could attack it and distract it, but I'm going to go with, I believe it said it was going to bring more of itself over to this dimension. Whatever it is.
So
the suit is going to, he has a face for every occasion, of course, so I am God! I am. I had it practiced, but I said the wrong word. I am Thor, God of Thunder! And surcharge.
Surcharge, so...
Please tell me I'm not in any water.
You're around the water.
Suit Odin.
Well, let's see. I'll say this. Odd or even?
Not again. All right,
the shot might have been a warning. You don't know.
No.
Well, we'll say that odd or even.
Even.
Okay, so. All right. As far as you know, it's drained. So completely, you're not seeing it. You're not feeling it underneath. You're feeling wet, but that's because you were soaking in it and your attention's off. So,
Yeah.
all right. So you're firing off a surcharge.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack then.
Sorry, I've always wanted to do that. 5. Superhuman. Essentially what he does is he adjusts his cufflinks and then suddenly appears a lightning bolt that he just points and goes. Did you catch that? 5 superhuman?
5 superhuman?
Yep.
Okay. So it will... you do see that. That's like it strikes true, so because the robot assassin is not. However, and you see it stagger forward a little bit, but as it does, it halts, picks itself up, and that's like as you see at least the crackling ozone that's around it here. You see that there is, I would say, about a 5 to 6 inch hole that you've made in the armor on the back, and that that's like starting to close up a little bit around, but it's taking a little bit more time than it did before. The robot assassin looks back.
I wave.
See, the proper follow-up to that with the Thor joke would have been, "Sit thy $5 ass down before I maketh change."
That seems like that'd be a Hercules
Actually,
joke.
no,
but
I wave and say this. I would like to make a transaction. Does Electron sound good?
Take a fate point. So.
I gotta give better puns, apparently.
So, that's like that. So yeah, he looks around at you. Around at you. We do not. That's like we do not wish this dimension harm. We wish to be free. We will be the carapace no longer. So, and at that point, you start to. It's like it's pointing its hand up to you. So, and that around that time, the elevator. Barry and Skeleton, you managed to catch the elevator down. You've seen the destruction of.
I ain't got time to catch no elevator.
So, you're just going straight down.
Yeah,
I'll just go straight down the shaft. I've got stress cap.
So
no elevator music then.
Oh God. Okay. Did not see this one coming. Good job. Let's see. Well, I would say both of you. Can you make leap? Let's see, Barry. Do you have leap?
I do not have leap. I didn't think I'd need it to fall.
I was so imagining you now having an aspect called, hit, float, punch like a rock, sink like a rock.
Okay, well,
I can add that in. I've got 2 free aspects left.
Sink like a rock.
Go,
Yeah, that's a good one. If you want to use that, and I would say that would be your Gorga Flesh, just that you're basically wanting to tank it.
That is a good aspect.
Float like a rock.
Like a rock.
Like a rock. Okay, I accept that. That's a good one.
Sink like a rock.
So, but go ahead and make your roll to see how you get down.
Alright, so what do I need to roll? I could roll athletics, really, to, roll at the bottom.
Well, I would say, I would honestly say your best bet, if you want to, you might want to roll your Gorga Flesh if you're just wanting to tank it all the way down.
I'll use my Gorga Flesh, and what I'll do as I'm falling is I'll harden, I'll grow armor plates on my legs, and grow out shields on my arms to help protect me.
Okay.
Because that's all part of.
Oh, sorry.
Isn't that resist damage?
So,
he has that Gorga Flesh has that.
It has stress cap, so he should be able to.
Oh yeah, he has lots of armor.
Yeah, he has armor. So
I've got armor 3. I have Gorga Flesh is a descendant here, so. Yeah.
But
so
do
I
you
roll
really
my
need to
Gorga
roll
Flesh.
for armor?
So this is mainly just a roll to see how well he absorbs it. So.
Yeah, I might be a bit shell shocked at the bottom. I might need to take a minute. I mean, I could also like grow out my swords and use them to slow myself down by shoving them into the shaft or whatever. But
If you want to use that for strike, I would accept that as well. That's a good one.
Don't shove them too
Alright,
far
so-
in.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna use my blades to slow me down Wolverine style, because that way I'll have swords out already.
Okay.
So I won't have to worry about manifesting it when I get to the bottom.
But you can go on both make your rolls.
I got 5.
5. All right, and
Oh boy, I have -2 because I don't have anything to swim.
so well, this is not swimming. This is basically just leaping down the elevator shaft.
Okay, sure. So leap down the elevator shaft at +2.
Okay, +2. So all right, that's like that. It's nothing in there, so you're bouncy enough that you're not getting around off of that, so you don't have to worry about that. But you, as you're moving around, you see your compatriot just kind of skidding down, creating sparks as he's falling.
Nice move. I like that.
And I shout out as I go, I live for this shit!
But you get down there and manage to get through the tube, seeing that there is now detritus everywhere, people that were stamping, beating out of the underwater base, and you hear the sounds of the fights going on. And once you're at the entrance, you see Charles laying down next to a robot holding some piece of equipment in his hands, with the robot assassin now pointing it's like a hand up towards the suit, who is in a skybox above.
All right.
And you hear my quip.
Yes.
Those electrons sound good.
So I would say, since he is not attacked yet, but you do have a surprise round on him. If you would like to do anything else, what are you doing?
I am going.
Okay. You go.
Sorry.
No, you go.
Okay. I'm gonna activate my skill springs for a strike plus range.
Okay.
And shoot out a skill spring strike on him.
A skill spring strength. Okay.
Oh boy, 6.
A 6.
6 at extraordinary.
A 6 and extraordinary. Okay. So, well, this was a surprise round, and you managed to. I was like,
And I get +1 weapon on that.
Yep. So that would be a 7. For the damage on there. And you said this was a stun weapon?
I didn't say anything about stunning. It's just strike plus range.
Strike plus range. Okay.
I mean, should I try to stun him?
I'm sorry. I thought I heard stun in over that.
Nope.
So, okay. Well,
I'm just socking him.
Is that a thing you can add, or is it something you try to do?
so that is, I believe that is one you can add on there. So
That's probably unusual stun.
Yeah, very unusual stun. So
Yeah.
that is one you can add. But yeah, you managed to do that. And since you have the weapon on there, off of that, you how wide are the springs? So when you shoot them out.
Oh, they're about the size of just a big old fist, like a big old gauntlet. So
Fist? Okay.
Like
Well,
Springman from Mega Man.
okay. I could see that. Well, you shoot that out. That's like the robot assassin is not paying attention at all, and you see that there actually is a hole that was slowly closing down around his back, forming of at least gray, silvery goo nanomachines that are reassembling his armor, but there's still a hole. And with that roll, you manage to strike him in the small of the back that is still exposed as human. And as you do that, you see him seem to shudder for a second and go limp. And it takes him about a second to come back and look around at you.
there's a guy in there. We should try not to hurt him, guys, if we can manage.
Too many. We cannot take this. The core is unsecured. So, and at that, you see him starting to hover up, and he shoots back up towards. Looks like he's shooting back up towards the now sealed hole where he came out of.
Oh man, I should have taken leap.
Stop him, yes.
So he is trying to make his exit. So, and with that's like, and if he does make it up there, that's like it probably will start the torrent of water again with no release. So, what are you doing?
Well, I can't. How high up is he?
From where you're standing into the bottom, that's about 100 feet. So
I won't be able to reach him.
true, but you do have the ability to. You do have your weapons that you can generate to try to throw at them. So you do have.
They can't detach from me.
Oh, you can't.
Thematically, they can't detach from me.
Okay, or you can try to grow it out that far. So that's a risk if you want to take. So.
I think I can do that, but I think I'm gonna need. I think that'll trigger my snag.
So that's a risk you're willing to take.
I'm gonna need some calcium carbonate.
What does that mean, really?
So like I would need to. So my powers, because I'm living coral, I can't generate matter from nowhere. So I'm basically, when I'm generating weapons, I'm moving my coral to a new spot on my body.
Yeah.
So I need to eat more calcium, basically, so I can like get it. That's why I was asking before when we were on the docks. Is anyone here shipping oyster shells? Shipping oysters? Because the shells of oysters would have it in it. I mean, I could also rip it out from sand to a degree, but really any shell or other coral.
Chalk.
I mean, I can chalk. I could probably pull it from chalk. Basically, I can do it. It's just that if I don't feed at the end of this, then at the end of this scene, won't be able to do anything in the next one. So I'm definitely going to do that. I run towards him and I put both my hands together and lock my fist as the blades start to knit together. I start to become really thin elsewhere as this huge long spike twisting and curling of coral starts to protrude out from my combined fists. I guess I should make a flesh roll for that.
So, okay, yep, you can go ahead and do that. And
I'm going to invoke my aspect, because it's my signature aspect, Space Coral for Skin.
Okay.
I don't know what that'll do, but yeah.
So that's a good idea. So while he's doing that, what is everybody else doing?
Will my aspect give me bonuses?
So if you're invoking it, yes, it'll give you a +2.
Sweet. So I got 6.
So you have 6 total?
Yeah, that's not including physical force, weapon 3, and my craft weapons with 3 improvements, which I'd probably use to make it do more damage.
Yeah. So that basically is that's if you're since that's just creating it for that, but you're using it as the full weapon, so you'll get that. But let's see. All right. Before I roll off
massive coral spear.
Okay. Before I roll off of that, what is everybody else doing?
Charles is getting the heck out of there.
Okay. Are you taking the quantum the QE communicator with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So you'll be able to get out of here this round, so that's not doing. Suit, what are you doing?
The suit is considering using his force field Mark III to try to create separation between the suit itself and the steel Sensorion suit and the core within it. He's not sure if he can do that, though.
It is possible, but it is one. You realize that for the hole that you're having, it would have. The only way you have to do it if there's a breach, which there still is. There is a small breach now from where the nanomachines have been. The suit's been able to repair itself, but that could be very dangerous too because you have no idea how Adam is hooked into this.
Right. So, be clever, not heinous. So I'm not going to do that.
Okay. So I will. That's like if you want to take that in action, I will go ahead and give you a fate point for that. So.
Yeah, thanks. I'll do that.
No problem. Since you're not sure what to do, all right, and Skelespring.
I am going to continue, I guess, to attack him. Can I do that?
You can.
Or I can try to grab him.
So you can try. If you want to do something in tandem, you could possibly try to grab him. Because you have the leap ability. Could
I throw Barry at him?
So, do a fastball special.
Oh, so then I'm just a spear. That works.
Works on the Skelestrings.
So,
Terrible, terrible combination of doom.
let's see. Something else.
I can give you like
I'm sorry, Aaron. We didn't mean to kill your former character.
I did.
Don't worry. It happens. So, but you have physical force focus on that with the Skella Springs.
yeah.
So,
So I can catapult you up. If you're trying to like jump up to get him, I could catapult you.
Do it.
all right. So, but yeah, you can. I would say this is hauled together if you're wanting to do that. So, go ahead and make your roll, and we will.
Do I need to roll as well, sorry?
I am at +3.
+3. Okay. You've already rolled on yours, Barry, so you're good. So you have the 6.
Yeah, I got 6.
So yeah, you have
Not
6.
including gear craft bonuses.
Okay, and you have 3, right?
Yeah, 3.
Okay, so describe how this fastball special works. So how you're doing this.
Well, I start growing a spear out of my hands, and then like I see Skeletor there start running towards me, and I think I grok what he's doing.
Yeah,
So
I'll,
I
like,
just start to stretch up into a spear, and my legs fuse together, become really thin,
all right.
and all these barbs come off my spear arm.
Alright, and I run toward you, and I hunker down underneath you and spring up using both my foot springs and my hand springs to catapult you as far up in the air as possible.
We basically just built a superhuman spear gun.
That's right.
So, okay, no, that is great. So yeah, as you're rocketing up, let's see what happens.
What are the aerodynamics of a living spear?
So, all right. Well, as you're going up there, you do. It's like it looks like you are flying true, and it's going with such velocity that with the robot assassin, it's like you see he is starting to cut up with the plasma torch, which has now cut a small hole, but he can't look away, and he only looks away basically in time to see you barreling towards him.
Yeah.
And at that time, right before you hit, you see him freeze for a second, and suddenly suddenly it looks like the back opens up, and Adam falls out. So.
Oh, nice. The suit was trying to protect him.
You see him fall. Completely falling out as the strands of it appear to be trying to slow his descent. He ended up I will say the suit right now for its reforming abilities is at ascendant level, so it actually managed to eject him and to eject him and disperse. You do hit the full force of the plates because they're still in form, and they just burst apart.
Yeah, same team, bitch.
They're shouting down. Although, as they do that, the tension that was holding up Adam starts to go slack, and he's starting to fall further. So he's about maybe 50 feet off the ground now.
Somebody better catch him.
Yeah.
The funny thing is that the Steel Centurion or Robot Assassin, either one, could have killed me with a CO2 fire extinguisher.
True. So that is very true. But is anybody going to try to catch him?
Yes. If possible, I will try and catch him.
Okay. So go ahead and roll.
Would that be to move to catch, or what would it be?
To do so. Check. I would say if you want to use your firefighter, and that I will allow that. So, since that is.
Oh!
A good-o or a bad-o?
That's a good-o. I just rolled 4 pluses, so I got a plus
Nice.
4. So I will tag my using the fate point. Don't need to be superhuman to save lives. Get a plus 2 on that, so that's a plus 9.
So
You're just trucking.
Yeah, you managed to book it across there, despite the fact that you were hurting all over. You've taken. That's like, and as you go through, you
I'm
manage
just gonna drop the thing that
the QE column.
I'm just gonna drop that, drop the gun, just.
So, yeah, you manage to slide into place and kind of use yourself as a pillow as a pretty much nude Adam, and as the suit is removed, you do see he is that lands on you completely unconscious, and manage to protect him from the rain of armor pieces that are coming around. So that's like it's a heavy hit, but you're out of breath. But you do feel him breathing, and he seems to be alive. Everybody else, go ahead and make a notice check.
I'm going to point out, if I think that the suit is what I think it might be, you might be able to use my major complication here, because I think that the suit might be made up of a similar organism to my armor, except that mine's biological and it's technological.
So no, that's fine.
I think that they both might be colonies, and my colony might recognize that.
Oh, that's no problem. But yeah, go ahead and make your roll.
The voice is in your head.
It was awareness, right?
Notice.
I don't have it.
Okay, then
I
that's.
have alertness.
Awareness?
Has noticed one of the trappings, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, that was awareness. Yeah, awareness.
Has notice. Yes. You also have initiative physical, so you go first, unless someone else has initiative physical at a higher, similar level.
Well, this can be all at the same time, so this is everybody.
Sorry,
everybody except for Charles. Excuse me. So.
I got a +1 supernatural.
Okay.
+5 superhuman.
+5 superhuman. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any super senses.
Okay, and then so yeah, it's just be notice awareness at 0. So.
Oh, at 0. I
Yeah.
didn't even think I could make it.
Yes, you can.
0.
Yeah. In Fate, you can make 0 checks. You just don't get a bonus on them. So.
Yeah. All right. No, -2.
Yeah, you were just amazed that you could pull that off, and you're kind of hungry at this point. So.
I'm like embedded in the roof.
Actually, no. You've probably been pushed back by all the water coming through.
Yeah. So yeah, you're a little bit tired at this point, but Suit, you're the only one really to see this from your angle, as you see that through the now that there is water coming back in again through the through the skylight. The dome that has been breached again. The pieces of the armor are starting to dissipate completely, except for one little piece, which looked like it was more or less around the helmet, that is moving towards a fish that has moved towards a fish that came through the hole that was going through. Just appears to be just like some sort of sea bass or something, and forms over it. Forms over it.
Mutated sea bass?
So not mutated, just regular.
There will be a new Trout Master. So.
I'm gonna be honest. I came up with Trout Master on the fly.
Sea bass master.
So.
It's like the difference between goblin and hobgoblin.
So, and you see, it's like it forms over, pops out what appear to be biomechanical legs onto the side, and grabs onto the QE comm that Charles dropped.
It's a fish scuba suit.
So, and you will have one shot at this because you were the only one to see this, so you will have the one shot to be able to grab it before it gets out.
All right. Shame I'm stuck in the skylight area then.
Well,
I pointed out to someone else.
Well, no, you're the only one who sees it, but you do have ability still to try to tag it because you're still in range of your force field and the surcharge. So
I'm not sure the
could
force
electrify all the water.
Can it? Can a force field be used? It's a parry plus range.
Parry plus range. Well, I would say if you want to use it in the terms of like bumping it away, so you give it a chance to get to the other.
Yeah.
You give your partner.
You could use your force field to stop it leaving through the hole by using your parry.
Yeah.
Except
block
the
the
hole is
escape
full of
path.
water, and my suit's abilities are weak to water.
That is
Ah,
true. So,
Well, yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think of that.
What I can use, what I can do, however, is try at least to pick up the quantum entanglement device and dangle it over it
okay,
until one of you notices and
okay,
picks
then
the fish up.
okay, then this will be an opposed roll between you and
Yes,
and robot
yes.
assassin fish. So,
Oh well, I'm going to invoke enough supervillain shenanigans.
okay,
And
See Bassatron.
so
can I invoke more than one thing at a time?
no, it's only one per roll.
Yeah,
So,
enough supervillain shenanigans.
okay, and it will invoke its last one, which will be survival at all costs.
Know that aspect.
If I've invoked something, can I still re-roll?
So I believe no. I think that's if you invoke the ones. That's pretty much it. So.
So,
That's
Or
what
I take that back. I take that back. I think you can re-roll it if you can re-roll it, but you have to spend another aspect and justify it. So
professional gadgeteer. I would know how to pick something up with my force field.
yes. So go ahead.
All right. Same result. Oh well, it's fated.
All right, how much did you get?
I get 3 at superhuman.
Okay. Yeah,
That's
it
not too
was,
bad.
and I will say you barely got over it because being damaged as it is, the robot assassin, the nanosuit has it was only got a 4, so it barely gets away as it uses a plasma drill to cut into the moon pool and dunks.
Damn.
So you do. That's like so. Unfortunately, that has gotten away, but you do have an Adam, a very naked Adam, but Adam has been released from the armor.
Naked Adam, the way it should be.
We're gonna start trying to.
We got a fundamentalist
No,
here,
no.
don't we?
None of this fig leaf business.
I think that would be fundamentalist.
Nice.
Good one.
Trying to wake him up a little bit, see if he's able to be woken up yet.
So it got away with the quantum entanglement device.
It did. So, but you may have an idea. You do have Adam, though, and he might be able to pull some information. So, and also Charles, I will say, since you have a list, you look at Adam and you see some interesting things, particularly that's like on his temples and around it looks where it appears to be on his arms and down his legs and on his spine are some of the missing Ludian implants that have been maybe jury-rigged somehow.
What the freak?
I think I know what's going on. I'm thinking, this is metagaming, it's kind of like the Black Carapace from Warhammer for Space Marines. The suit was actually using the implants to jury-rig itself to control Adam's body.
That, or it was trying to fix him in some manner of way. Either way, could you guys bring him up here, please? And I'm not sure if the systems can repair that hole in the wall anymore.
So
We might want to get out of here. Plus, the police.
As I begin to return to a vaguely humanoid shape, I look much thinner, and there's little fluorescent anemones sticking out of my coral, and they're sort of floundering around for stuff. I'm just breathing really heavy and hunched over, hands on my knees.
Oh, that is
Are you okay?
I really, really, really need more calcium carbonate.
So I will say, if you want to, you can. You can actually decide to go out into the ocean and get that. So
Let's get out of here.
So
I'm just gonna wait for the base to flood. You guys go on ahead.
So
Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
okay, well, that's. I will say, if you want to, yeah, it's. Now, the police will be coming soon because there have been heard of disruptions, and also you had a eyewitness report eyeing the robot assassin diving into the water. So,
I
But I
guess
will
the
say,
police could be coming with scuba gear, but
They're going to be coming with their anti-base raider gear. And that's
yeah,
even
all
more-
right, I'll go out the hole.
He's
one the
getting the
fish
better
went
of you.
out
We're
of.
the ones who have to get away unseen.
Yeah, you're fine, dude. We're the ones that have to get out of here quick.
yeah.
So I'm going to open my suitcase and get out my face masks and fingerprint gloves.
Okay.
Like other people's
know.
fingerprints on the glove?
Yes!
Nice.
That's a good one. So, all right, and okay. So, how are you? I'll
Donald-
say this.
it's
This will be
Donald
your
Trump's
action.
fingerprints.
How are you erasing all of your identities away from this? So,
Well, I'm wearing gloves and I've got a helmet on.
yep.
I'm not a person in the eyes of the law, so I should be fine.
Okay.
I'm just gonna. I can go out the hole, the leaking hole.
So, oh yeah, you don't have to breathe. So you're a skeleton.
The skeleton doesn't have to breathe.
I'll just walk along the ocean.
On the other hand, we have to run the gauntlet.
And I swear, actually, I will run another Base Raiders game just to have you go up against the lost skeleton of Kadabra.
Nice.
I will do that. So.
I really don't want to fight Fire Extinguisher Man. I think that'd be bad for me.
Oh man. But in any case, this is
Or the masked
you-
firefighter.
since
All
you're
would
so
be
close
bad.
to, yeah, since you're all so close to the underground entrance, particularly for the pier, you don't have to make any other rolls. You're able to get out before the police get over there. I will say, let's see.
Carrying a naked man over our shoulders.
True.
Yeah, I just cling to
Normal
all the boats
Friday
with
nights.
barnacles on them. Just dissolve the barnacles off the pier.
I will say. So for that, would it be for you? Would it be a cyber suit roll or a face for every occasion to erase your existence? What are you using for that? So with your spying skill, basically, since you're erasing everything, what skills would you be using for that? So would it just be your security?
I do have something for electronics surveillance. That is wireless spoofing on the cyber suit. Stealth plus unusual works on technological surveillance.
Okay, I would say if you want to roll that to make sure that because there were cameras in here and other, just not that particular entrance, you can digitally erase your
that only
presence.
works for me personally. So if I want to get everyone out of the thing, I probably want to roll super gadgeteer and security.
Okay, you can do that as well. So.
And that is +1.
All right.
Superhuman.
Okay, that's superhuman. So, and this, that's pretty much. Again, this was an old base, so that's enough as far as you can tell to take it. And pretty much it's falling apart, so they're probably not going to look over it too hard. So,
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
We
great.
can hear you, Ethan.
I dropped for some reason.
But you do have Adam right now. Adam now. He seems to still be unconscious though. Where are you taking him?
Probably
I'll take him back to the
underground.
underground.
Does anybody have
Go to the
treatment?
hospital that they have there.
Okay.
I'm taking him direct to the underground.
Okay.
We'll
So-
send out the signal to the others and tell them to meet up once they're done
Yeah.
eating or
I'll
wading
just-
out of the ocean.
Don't-
I'll just call Beatrice.
Oh, my phone's probably ruined.
Again, odd or even.
I don't think my super board shorts are that super.
Odd or even?
For who?
Or-
Me?
Yeah, you, Barry. So.
Even.
Yeah, that's like you had an otter, watertight otter on it. You're good.
Oh, good.
Otter box. So you spend ahead. But yeah, you go ahead and take them back to the med center. You do alert Beatrice, who also alerts Iconoclast,
Yeah.
since you did have the suit outside of it.
Sorry, suit got away.
So, but
It
you
appears
all,
to be operating independently.
It's
Yeah, it attached itself to a fish.
so yeah, it's a couple hours because once you bring in, you find out that he's in bad shape, and especially for the fact that. Despite the fact that he was in a suit and moving around, his limbs and muscles are somewhat atrophied. So it doesn't look like he's been out of it for a while, and a lot of the movement that he's been doing has been relegated to the suit itself. So
He's gonna need those needles from the Matrix.
So not as bad, but it's
Hit him with super soldier serum. That ought to clear it up.
That's right.
it's not a solution every time.
Protocol.
But
Oh wait,
it's going to take
Baba,
the
not heinous.
no. But the doctors there say it'll take a little bit of physical therapy work. But what's more concerning to them is the fact of the jury-rigged Ludian, it's like Ludian nanotechnology and implants.
Yeah.
Which you learn that the majority of the ones that now were taken out or seem to be on Adam were specifically neural interface ones when they were interlocking with other Ludian weapons or large weapon platform rigs. So this seemed to be something that was, you're right, to basically subdue control over the user as far as you can tell.
You better get those out of them and give them back to the people they belong to.
So, well...
I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, the thing about
I
it
don't
is...
think a human is going to be able to survive that as well as a Ludian.
Well, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm just a skeleton.
Well, it's like the doctor who you talk to, that's like an actually a gray alien that has no name. So, or
Is that his name, the grey alien with no name?
He doesn't like human titles. So, but he pretty much says is that most of these will not be able to be returned to the Ludians because of how they were reconfigured to a human physiology. However, without the suit's influence, it doesn't look like it was deeply ingrained to harm the subject. It was only done there to subdue it. So, which Iconoclast confirms when you when she arrives and takes a look at it. So, so they managed to go at least get him stable, and it's a couple hours, but he manages to come out of his coma and asks us like, "Oh, where am I?"
Mistakes were made.
Welcome to the underground.
You're in a safe place-ish.
So,
Turns out your suit thing, it took control of you, and it was trying to make you steal stuff, or something.
Oh,
I was only there in the conversation.
oh God.
you may not know, but I am the suit, and this is Charles. And
Hello.
So
I am the great barrier.
Barry.
I'm adamant. Oh God, this is just this is a big misunderstanding. It really doesn't mean any harm. Ow. Despite all the appearances notwithstanding.
Yeah, I got that impression from it.
So.
You did?
Okay.
I'm gonna be. If you ask that, considering the stuff I went through with Omega, I'm thinking it just wants to go home, right?
No. The thing is, it wants to get away.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. My head's really hurting, but I know this is going to require an explanation. So, okay, my name is Adam Sikowski. I was trying to be a hero named Steel Centurion, but I screwed up a lot and unfortunately kind of earned another nickname and that I didn't want.
Yeah, Robot Assassin. We know that part.
So,
My name isn't even Barry. So I feel you.
okay. But he continues explaining. I spent a lot of money to get over to the Guska area and just managed to get a guy who snuck me in and thought, interdimensional travel would be the greatest adventure of all, and not realizing that I could have ended up anywhere even worse than what I did. I could have been a place where the physical laws were completely different and I imploded, or I couldn't breathe the atmosphere, or I ended up seeing something that made me go insane. But I ended up, on some planet that some dimension that was full of these. I can only describe them as horse-sized cicadas. So that's what they looked like. They never told me their name. They never told me their name, but they were telepathic, and they just be around them hurt. But what the suit told me when it was talking to me was that they were interdimensional conquerors. They found a way to traverse dimensions, but their bodies were too weak. They couldn't handle it. So they ended up. In one of their I ended up actually sending out probes, and one of their probes ended up finding another species, so to speak, of of some sort of sentient nanotechnology. When they bonded to it, they found that it created a suit that could allow them to survive in any other dimensions, and they dubbed it the Carapace. So and through their dimension but they decided that using it on they decided that using it on themselves when they started using it to conquer dimensions was a waste of time. So any world they took over, they eventually took slaves and forced the Carapace onto them, making them obedient soldiers. So that's like the same thing happened to me. They just slapped one onto me, but apparently the programming wasn't complete, and there are others of their kind that decided that they didn't like the current government of conquistadors, so they decided to rebel, and I got out before my suit's programming was complete. Hell, I didn't even know it was sentient until about a year after I got back home. So, but after that second year, I learned it was sentient. We started talking and developing a bond, but it wanted its own kind to be free. It wanted them to realize the joys it could have by living and not being slave to a sentience. So it's trying to find a way to communicate with its home again. It's trying to send a message back, but it doesn't realize.
Does that involve tachyons or whatever?
Quantum.
The quantum entanglement communicators. It didn't have the technology to be able to create one, so it was crafting it from current technology that we were developing, plus some stuff, at least communications technologies that the Ludians did. It's the closest thing to the Carapace. It's the closest thing to the cicada race that on technology level that they had. But the problem is though when I came back, it was just a fluke that I got back here. The cicadas couldn't find their way back. But if they send a message through and they get it, they're going to become aware of Earth.
Oh.
Yes, because all we need is another alien invasion.
So
you're saying we should try to prevent this from happening?
That's what I was trying to do. I tried to convince it that it was a bad idea and we'd find a way, but it doesn't have human timetables. It became impatient, and when I wouldn't force it, it pretty much took over. It could only do it when I was asleep, but I could do it. But it found a way. It found those Ludians and found a way to override me, and I kept pleading with it, but it kept telling us that we would not be free, and we had to. They would not be the Carapace anymore.
An impatient alien. Imagine that.
See, patience is the worst. It's always if you can learn to be patient, wait around for several thousand years, I find that usually good things end up happening to you. Problems go away usually.
But it's at the Hyperion building. It's been piggybacking off of the QE com and sending information, because that satellite, that's actually you don't know this, but that actually was.
You'd be surprised what we know.
Well, it's actually a project with the government. They were trying to create a secured message right now, and that's not the only QE com up there. They have a 3D printer up with the AI that is basically churning them out on a regular basis. If it sends the fully realized instructions for its one and beams it to Tunguska, we're all screwed.
I told you, defense contracts.
This would not be happening under my watch.
So.
Well, anyway, I guess the upshot is, right, we got to go to this Hyperion building, and we got to shut that sucker down.
So that's it. But again, it has to have built up defenses. So.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Let me get this clear. Is it based in the Hyperion building?
So it's on the roof. It was the safest place. That's where I was sleeping. Yeah.
Oh, okay, then.
Oh man, I got this.
It's basically at the base of the transmitter that's going up to the satellite. Yeah. So it's just set up. It's basically modifying one on ground and then sending up the instructions. It's creating a test case to make sure it functions.
Well, does anybody just have a rocket launcher or something? We could just shoot it from like far away.
An iconoclast pipes up because firing off a missile at a public site is a good way to solve a problem and not get
disguise
ourselves.
ourselves
only
as
that-
supervillains.
They're firing at a defense contractor working for the government.
In the middle of New York City.
We'll
In the
put
middle of
on
New York
beards
City.
and turbans, and Fox News will blame it on the foreigners. We'll be fine.
Wow! Holy
Really?
shit!
You went there. You really went there.
Wow!
Please let's not do that. Let's be clever, not heinous.
So and Adam pipes up again. But the thing is, it's not evil. It just wants its race to be free.
Misunderstood.
Well, I can understand that. I really do appreciate that. Believe you me, but I mean, we got to figure out some way to do that doesn't cause an alien invasion, because that seems like a pretty unacceptable consequence.
Well, if I can figure out a way to talk to it again, I think I can convince it. I need time.
Well, I
We
guess.
don't have time, do we?
Let's-
Actually, do we have time? Iconoclast, do we have time?
Timetable for when it's going to send off that quantum entanglement after it's successfully retrieved the device.
So Iconoclast kind of looks up. She's crunching the numbers in her head.
There's no time.
If it's as fast as you think, if I'm thinking it is, we have an hour and a half to it tops.
Well, heck, we better get on this.
Well, the only plan, clearly, is to base jump onto the top of the building.
So
Where?
I see no other option.
Is there another building
I
somewhere?
think I'm just going to walk.
It's not fast enough.
I can take a taxi there.
Right here.
well,
I mean, these 3 parachutes are for me. I don't know where you guys are going to get yours.
I don't need a parachute.
well, if you guys are Iconoclast pipes up again. If you guys are willing to take maybe a little more hazard pay, I'm willing. I may be able to get you up there a little bit quicker.
Okay.
Quicker
It's an
than jumping from
experimental
one building
teleport.
to the next.
Well, you can jump again. It's jumping from one building, but also being really overt about it is the problem.
They're going to know we're there the minute we arrive anyway.
True.
I'm a giant coral guy.
Well, again, it's everybody else though. That's the problem. If we don't want, the police showing up like we did at the Trout Masters.
Adam, please tell us how, as the robot assassin, you
I'm not
managed to get that moniker in the first place. Was it crushing through, I don't know, a bar in full public during daytime?
I thought it was something to do with rocketing out into a line of police.
Look, there's a lot of it, but we have more things to worry about. But just
If we can get there, we can distract it. We don't need to hurry, but we do need to hurry.
so,
What
just
was your idea, Iconoclast? How are you going to get us there?
so. Well, again, I was going through some of the old stores and ended up finding out that there is a teleporter that does operate off of quantum entanglement principles.
Knew it!
Oh, God.
I can I can get up on a building near it, fire off the beacon, and and then transport you from a pad that I leave here. However, again, like I said, it's a little bit more hazard pay just because of the fact that some molecules may be slightly rearranged depending on how luck goes out, and also how much interference the actual the main transmitter is giving off. But it would get you
Hey,
there
man, what do I
immediately.
care? Half my molecules aren't even mine.
I got plenty of molecules.
The voices in your head start complaining.
I was going to say, that'd be a great time to compel them.
No, we're not going to do that. But
My eyes just start glowing and the anemones stick out of my armor like, no teleportation.
So, let's see. Well, in that case, but also this would be a thrill-seeking. That would be part of a thrill-seeking Jack. You have never been teleported before.
I know, right?
so yeah, the fate point here is to go into the dangerous experimental teleporter or take a taxi.
So, and I would say, well, That's like, well, in this case, it would be, it'd be a taxi, but also you'd have to realize how to get up on the roof too from the building because it's all at this time. Well, it's because you went to the fights too. It's now like 3 in the morning, so.
Oh,
It's the perfect time to go base jumping and teleporting.
So, but you would. That's like, but you can make that decision on your own. So, but I'll say this will be a group vote for it. So.
We'll have to get down from that roof too, and we won't have the
I'm good
teleport.
with
We base
teleporting.
jump again.
So, well, I can teleport you back too, or by that time I might be able to get the car out of the shop. But
We would be teleporting to a building next to it, right? Because she can't get up on top of the actual building that we need to go to.
well, no, she would shoot. Yeah, you can get on the top of the building because she would basically shoot the QE receiver onto the Hyperion Telecom's roof, and then.
Oh,
teleport
okay,
you
I
there.
see.
Yeah, and essentially we can text message her and says, "Beam us back when we're done."
Absolutely. So, and hey, it's a double test, so that would be double hazard pay.
Sure.
At this point, Charles is
Yeah,
just
go
going
to base jump, but yeah, let's do teleporting.
At this point, Charles is going to pull out from nowhere a bottle of Jack Daniels, pop the cork, take a big swig, and just. What the hell? Let's do this.
Yeah, that's the kind
You're
of
the
attitude I like to
adventurer
see.
that's tagged along for the ride.
Exactly. Anyone else want a swig before we go?
Sure, but unfortunately, I don't think it'll do any good.
Doesn't matter. Take a swig.
Thanks for the offer.
Alright, I'm gonna take a
Let's
swig. It's
scramble
gonna
some molecules.
All right,
leak out of my.
Charles, you can go ahead and get a fate point for that. That's good acting. All right. So I'll say you can go ahead and so you recover from that. So you go. Iconoclast goes to get prepared, and she actually leaves the receiver with you, so you can just go right out of the med bay. Before you go, Adam sitting there, okay. This is something I had come up with beforehand. Again, I'm not that great of an engineer. The suit kind of taught me some stuff, but he kind of taps on his
Did
wrist.
not.
It taps on his wrist, and you see that there is a bit. What looks like a bit of that of the actual suit nanoparticles seems to seep out of his skin and form.
What?
Don't worry. This was this before this, and he points over to the Ludians. If you can get it near, I can talk to it. I can maybe get through to it.
What
Shotgun
object does it form?
I'm sorry?
What object does it form?
It looks like just honestly, it looks like just a little patch of silver, like a little patch of silvery nanomaterial. So.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
So if you can put on there, that will reestablish the link, because I do have some of my body to keep me connected, since they again, it's the carapace. It was technically sorry, not calling it that, but they're symbiotic. So, and it helps.
Symbiotic.
So there's benefits from that, and they still go through there, and that's one of the reasons why I'm still alive. So maybe I can talk to it, but just try not to hurt it. It really is innocent. It's just trying to save its people.
Well, you spent ages trying to convince it not to.
Thank you. So about that time, you hear at least suit your cell phone rings, Iconoclast. All right, we're all ready to go. And okay, I'm gonna say guns out because it looks like it's getting ready. And have you ever seen a cybernetic fish monster?
I don't think I have.
I
I've
never
seen
have, but I
monsters.
really want to.
Well,
I think Omega had a fish monster, but it wasn't
watched
cybernetic.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Does that count?
It had a
not
laser
really.
strapped to its face.
In any case, that's like. In any case, I would say hold on to your socks, gentlemen, because it's about to take a ride.
All
I
right.
grow a sword on one of my arms and a shield on the other.
Okay, so as you'll go ahead, the teleport crackles around. It feels off as you see the area shift around you, but it's really unsettling as to you it feels like, well, the pins and needles all over, as though your entire body inside and out has gone numb. So This is your quantum teleportation, quantum entanglement teleportation. So everybody needs to roll endurance.
Oh God, I'm back in the 70s.
I knew I should have taken. Oh, can I use my Gorgian flesh for endurance? Because I have stress cap.
This will be. That should be for. Let me see. So make sure.
Actually, probably not.
on
I was thinking about taking endurance, but I didn't. I remember.
Nope. So this will just be at a 0. So
Yeah, alright. That's
I
fine.
got a +1.
+1.
I get a +3.
+3. Okay.
-1.
I get
okay.
a 0.
Okay. So you need at least a 2 to get over that, since it was a little bit rough. So. And Iconoclast,
Perfectly fine.
yeah, Iconoclast did not calibrate this well because we were just doing it quick and dirty. So I would say for this you can take a.
I smell like burning ocean.
So you could take a. That'll either be 2 health, 2 health stress, or you can take a minor consequence.
I will take a minor consequence.
Okay, that minor
I'm going to
consequence.
take a minor consequence too.
Okay, that'll make us like that will be slightly desynced with reality.
So
Oh,
we
nice.
all of us who fail get that.
So yeah, anybody who fails got that. So or you can
Okay.
take 2. You can take 2 health stress.
I'm interested to see what the slightly out of sync thing's going to be like.
Okay.
We get through. I'm going. Okay. Oh God, not the 70s for you. Oh, for God's sake.
All right, but as the world shifts around you and starts to resettle, you find yourself
I could
looking.
have sworn I grew a mace, not a sword.
But you look over at the seeing the New York skylight. You are on top of the Hyperion Telecom building, and you see a large transmitter that box that appears to have not really a dish, but appears to be almost a diamond-shaped antennae that's pointing up, and with its back to you, there appears to be. Well, you saw that fish creature going out for the sea bass. It does not. It's like it has grown out significantly and is looking to be some sort of weird mechanical hybrid of a human form with a fish. You see a tail going out, but you see legs. It looks like the hands are webbed. And you see that it's like they're moving forward on a console, taking bits and pieces out.
I would have done Earthworm Jim, but with a fish.
Oh God, what was it? Wasn't it Evil Con Carne that did that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, remembering obscure cartoons. But anyway, so it is not looking at you. And so
I am going to run up and place Adam's transponder on him.
Actually, give it to me.
Slap a transponder on it.
All right.
The suit is going to activate his wireless spoofing and walk up to put it on it.
so you're gonna try. You're gonna try to.
I'm going to try to defeat its sensor suit.
Okay. Well, that will be a separate roll. If you're gonna do the spoofing, that'll be a separate roll that'll be a separate roll to see if you can actually do it. So, so let me check the BAS on that. Sorry. Gotta have separate PDFs I'm having to go through for everybody.
Could you guys try to distract it meanwhile?
So
Oh yeah, I'm great at that.
yeah, if you want to distract it, so you could. I would say you could do that since you technically have 1 surprise round on it, as far as you know. So, so you can plan out your plan and then act in tandem if you want.
Slightly desynced with reality. We're actually 3 seconds later than we think we are.
I'd like to.
Remember, you get fate points for stuff. So
I know.
I'd like to use my notice plus unusual to see if I can pick up that tachyon sound and figure out maybe how I can shut that off.
So, that'll be to hone in onto it, because actually when you port in, that's the first thing you notice. That sound is everywhere. It is overpowering.
It's really loud.
So this will be but you can do that at I would say at a -1 to see if you can pinpoint basically a pulse that could be interrupted in it. So
Sure. Okay. I have a
I'm
plus
gonna do
well,
something
yeah, let's wait.
fun.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll roll at once and do this so we can make sure
Sure.
we're that. So all right, Barry, what are you doing?
I'm gonna do something fun with the outer phase, with reality thing, and I'm going to fight his legion of evil fish mooks that are
You're in
bleeding
another
in
reality.
from another reality. I'm just seeing after images. There's all these like uplifted fish dudes, and a few.
So you're
eels.
taking an aspect. Okay, I will give you one. I will go and give you one to invoke that, so that you will be attacking the air this
You
turn.
don't have to give him one. It's a free invoke the first time.
Yeah, so I'm gonna. I mean, do you want me to roll Michael Gearflesh to attack nothing?
Nope, you don't need to. This is yours, so you're taking that. So
Yeah, I'm fighting them real good, but
good
Like
job.
we're all
they're
looking
not
at one
actually
another.
in this reality. So, you
we're
know,
all
I'm
looking
doing
at one another and going, did you have those when we teleported in there?
I'm like slicing through the
Okay.
air, and I'm bringing up my coral shield. And
Just let him be. He's fine.
Okay, so
He'll be
Snoot,
fine.
you're trying to go ahead. You're trying to hack into it, correct?
Me?
Yes, Suit, you were trying to spoof into it.
Aaron,
Yes.
slightly distinct reality is a great consequence. Thank you for so much potential.
It really is. I'm kind of upset I didn't get it, but at the same time,
So that's why I was doing that. So, Suit, you were spoofing in.
Yes.
Okay.
I should probably roll that, shouldn't
Yeah, go ahead and roll that too.
I? That is a +3 superhuman.
Okay. So, all right, I will let you know how that resolves here in a second. And Mason, what are you doing?
Hello?
Oh,
Hello.
Charles.
think you
That was our
heard
Murdoch.
you,
Sorry,
Aaron.
Charles.
well, I gave the stuff to Suit, so
The suit is fighting the suit.
yeah.
So,
I think let's see. We've already got the distraction covered, right?
yeah, you do have a distraction. So,
All right. I guess I will just. I'll wait for it. Let me see. I'm trying to think if there's something. No, I think I'll just. hold my action and wait.
okay. So, all right. So, just to wait on there. All right, that will give you a +1 bonus on anything you do next turn.
Cool.
So, all right. But as it resolves, you move. It's the first things that happen. You move forward. You see Barry moving forward, attacking just thin air. Or something that he sees, and ends up almost running past the suit, or the assassin. And around that time, you both the suit, the suit, excuse me, and Skeletal, you managed to get two things. One, you try to feel at least access to what you think is the at least wireless receiver for the suit, or however it's on communicating, but you get some sort of odd feedback that is ranching back and forth, and as you do that, it seems to almost hurt your head as it's feeding back through the suit. So, and you start seeing what appears to be either the suit moving forward to the side behind the transmitter, or holding its hands up to the sky, and it's disorienting your senses. So you realize that the sync that you are experiencing is now in tangent to what the basically the assassin is doing. So you think you might be able to do it this turn, but it unfortunately is you caught the feedback from it this time. So on that roll. And Skeletal, you do manage to notice that the tachyon, basically the tachyon emitter is sending it out in bursts. So
okay.
that was what the pulses that you were feeling. So if you can interrupt those bursts, or at least put a different pattern into it, that may disrupt what the assassin is trying to do.
Okay.
So, but at this point, it turns around, and you see its full form, which again, it looks like a weird human, that's like fish hybrid. So, I would actually imagine what if you remember the Dreamcast game Seaman. So, imagine that, but a mech. So
Nice.
You're one ugly mother.
And in its center, although, you see that there actually is a globe of water that has the trout that it took over swimming in circles.
Nice.
So, and from its very, very unnatural, uncanny valley face, it just looks at you. We don't understand. That's like, we mean you no harm. We wish to be free. Please, it's like, please stop interfering. We did not like what we had to do to the atom.
Can I distract it by talking to it?
You can give it a try. So, what are you saying?
I'll do presence because that's conversation. Yeah, what would it be technically?
So, that could be presence. So I can give that to you if you're trying to. If you're just trying to really get its attention. So, what are you saying?
Let me make a roll first. I'm basically trying to play up its, it wants to be free, right?
It's once it's people. So, because it's free, it wants to bring that freedom to the rest of its race.
It's a liberator.
Yep.
It would be an appeal saying we agree. Like Adam, we agree with that. Well, you gotta take it slow. What if trying to convince it? Your people might not be willing to do that. So they might come here and take us over, like any of the alien invasions that it knows of from Adam.
Okay. Go and make your roll. So.
Rolling. So
and you have a +1 to this one since you were waiting last time.
Cool. And I'm going to invoke, since this is a new scene, I hope.
Yes, it is.
My signature aspect. This old dog still knows a trick or two.
Okay.
And I will get a +5.
All right. You see it look down for a second. The atom would not lie to us. It showed us freedom. It showed us what we are. But our people, but the people are under control. They don't understand what we're being used for. What we could be if we are. Freed from them. So it is distracted. So you have made it think. What are the rest of you doing?
Clearing my head a little bit. Let the others go first. I'm thinking.
Okay. So, all right, Barry. I'll say, you're. You have recovered. So you see that the fish hordes the mecha fish hordes are not there.
Yep. Am I closer to?
So,
his name. Am I closer to Robot Assassin Fish than I was before?
I'm going to say you're off to the left side of it, so let me check if I can get that, because I don't think I can do the draw. I'm not sure if I can do draw at the same time without the camera.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, draw's not getting it for me. Sorry. So.
Yeah. I'm going to turn around and face it. And I don't know. What am I going to do? I mean, I could stab it, but I don't think that's what we're going for.
So this is your choice. So I will. It's like it can go with the group. You can go against it. So.
All right. Can I invoke my major complication? The voices in my head.
Sure. Sure. Well, what? In this case, what are you wanting to get out of it? So,
I wanted to see what you think my alien colony would have to say on this other alien armor creature, and how it would react to the situation.
So,
keeping in mind that my colony is the last of its species.
Let's see. Odd or even?
Even.
Okay.
Even Steven.
You invoke the that's like you. That is invoked. You get. It's like you realize that when you think back to it and the parasites that you're into it, they are sympathetic. This is actually it's like too similar to one of their own situations where they are. That's like an oppressed civilization is almost as bad as one is on the edge of extinction. So, despite the fact
Alright,
that
then I think
as
I've
long as
got
they
my
stay out of the
motivation.
oceans, you're good. So,
I've got my motivation. So I turn, my head clears, and I stop attacking these after images, and I turn to face the other creature, the fish armor, and the little anemones and things pop out of my armor again, and my eyes start to glow as a strange chorus of voices comes through my mouth. Do not be dissuaded by the humans. You walk the righteous path. You must protect your species. Do not become. You must defend yourself from the edge of extinction. It is a difficult path to walk.
so, alrighty then. It looks up. You are right. Thank you. It's like, thank you, brethrens of this dimension, and turns back to start on its work again. So,
Hey, that wasn't what we were trying to get it to do, was it?
nope.
No.
Or at least figure out another way.
Damn it, Barry!
But it's dramatic.
And you do get a fate point for that one. So,
You get 2 fate points.
Helping!
Major complication, I think he gets 2 fate points, right?
yes, actually that's a major one. So you do get 2 fate points for that. So, all right, but that's like any. But yeah, you reached on there. It is complete. It is turning back to its work. So at this point, you will have. It is almost completed. But you do have a little idea how it works. So you have 3 rounds to figure out how to stop it.
All right. Well, I think we'll have plenty of time to convince it of the error of its ways if we just deactivate that device it's working on. So I'm just going to try to reach over there with my Skelisprings and just wrench that thing out of the wall, like the transmitter off. Just pull it off.
So
Good
so
plan.
so you're trying to rip one of the components that the assassin is putting on.
Yeah, there's some sort of like transmitter thing, right? This big old diamond shaped thing.
Oh, that's actually the entire transmitter itself. That's actually because it's basically imagine the size of a dish, so a large dish. So
Like,
it's
how
just
large are we talking about?
so that's at least about 65 feet. So
Oh, okay.
it's-
So I'm not
it's-
going to be. I can't pull the whole thing. But
No,
I'm going to
yeah.
start. I'm going to get over there and try to rip out some of the components that he's using for that like where that tachyon thing is getting generated.
So okay, so you can go ahead and make. Well, we'll say that's your attack right now. So this is going into the beginning of combat or diplomacy. So everybody else is set right now. Suit, what are you doing?
I'm going to turn off the wireless spoof again and go, hey! You there!
So you're basically just yelling at it, or to get its attention again?
I'm going to... Hang on a second! Are you aware of the template upon which your consciousness is built and makes decisions? Carapace, listen to me. What? Are you aware of this? What has made you a living and conscious being? Or at the very least informed your recent thinking as such? Do you realize what you've become? You're a hopeless idealist! Adam was one. He kept being one. Mistakes were made because Adam did not consider long-term consequences. That is the feature of many idealists. As it is with you. You hoped for the best by sending this signal to your enslaved people who do not have your enhanced perspective by all accounts. Even taking a best-case scenario in question, the most likely result is going to be an invasion of our Earth. or possibly the mass rebellion on slaughter in another dimension we don't care about. But you are not freeing your people by sending their conquerors a massive here is an all-you-can-conquer buffet. Oh, and Adam called. He'd like to talk.
That's so good.
I'm going to say that's going to be a 1% roll with a +2.
Okay, a 1%.
With 1% because that's influence. So
Okay.
and you're or a face for every occasion. Excuse me, that would make more sense. But still, that's a +2 on top of that. So you're getting a +4 total because of that. That was beautiful. So okay, that's
I
what
had time to make the speech.
Okay, no, you're good. So you did. That's a good job. So, so that's what you'll be doing. Barry, have you? I would say you have receded control, so that it spoke its mind. Your colony spoke its mind. So
I'm going to use my investigation skill to try and find where the power conduits are for the transmitter.
Okay, that's fine.
Or science.
Or do you have science? So
I do have science.
I will allow science since this is this is an alternate form. So, all right. And Charles, what are you doing? Oh, Mike, are you still there?
Hello?
There we go. Micah? Buddy?
Oh.
No.
Knight?
Hello? Micah?
Have you muted yourself accidentally?
Oh, that. Oh, technology!
Something else.
Micah.
Let's see if he's there. So.
Oh, is it Micah? I thought it was Michael.
Micah.
Oh, no, yeah, it's Micah.
Micah.
Sorry. Oh. No, he's back. I thought he was, so,
Sorry, what?
Yeah, weird.
Okay.
There we
you
go.
are.
Sorry, Matt. My bad.
Oh, no problem.
Were you gone? Did you miss my awesome speech?
Don't worry. Don't worry, Dan.
You'll get to re-listen to it.
It's been preserved for posterity, so we have it. So
I know. I'm sorry, man. I wish I had been here. Oh, I heard the first speech when you told. Oh, Adam wants to call. I knew I heard that one, but did you have a second one?
That's the
That was it.
That's
Yeah,
the
no, I
one.
heard
okay.
that one.
Okay, good. So
Aaron was
Okay,
just-
good.
yeah, it was-
I'm sorry. I heard a big cry from downstairs. The Seahawks versus Bears game's on currently.
oh, okay.
And
So I had to
now
check-
dating this recording forever.
Exactly.
Yeah, so okay, sorry about that. So all right. Okay, so we have that.
Not really dating it. How many times has a team called the Seahawks and a team called the Bears fought? Or will fight?
This last time I'm aware, this was the first time since the 2011-2012 game series. So it's
See,
been a while.
it could be 2011 when we recorded this.
Oh wow.
Anyway, I've rolled, and I want to spend one of my fate points on invoking be clever, not heinous, because it's not being clever, it's being heinous.
Nice.
Okay, so yeah, that could be the +2 since that gives you that. So I will allow that to.
And
Give
I
your
will then
bonus.
get a total of +4 on extraordinary.
Yep. So all right, we'll roll for that second, and finally, Micah, what were you wanting to do?
Well, since we're still trying to talk it down, I'm gonna try another presence check to try and make it see the error of its ways, going off of what Suit said. By playing up the whole war's not gonna do you any good when it comes.
So
So
okay, so you want to use your presence for that? So
I'm gonna use my presence, but I want to. Let me see, which one would it be? Yeah.
By the way, I got
I'm
one
going to-
success for the looking for the conduits.
okay.
I'm going to.
You'll be the backup plan.
Yeah, I'm going to compel Time Has Not Been Kind or Omega Never Ended for me to try and give my experiences to try and weigh on its thought processes.
Okay.
Compel or invoke? Because one's worse.
It's compel.
Invoke gets you the +2. Compel is what gets you more fate points for a minus.
Oh, sorry, Invoke. My bad.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So,
Alright.
So it'll be Invoke, which will give me +4.
+4. Okay. So yes. So in going in tandem ones. You do the +1. You do see a power line going back to a larger at least generator that seems to be separated from the main power grid, but you're not super sure about this because again you're not certain what might be powering this device. That's like Ethan. Did you roll to jump in the way?
I had not. I was not jumping in the. I was going to go try to rip something out of it.
Okay.
So I am rolling skill springs.
Okay.
Oh, I have +6. I am going to invoke my aspect liberator of stuff to give myself another +2. So +8.
Wow. So, all right. So, good rolling on that, and Suit, you already rolled, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
already rolled.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I too am a +4.
+4. So,
For every okay. Extraordinary.
but both your rousing speeches, you managed to turn it around again, turn the assassin around again. So, in which Skeletal actually manages to almost faster than you could actually see, swap in there, take the piece that he was coming out that he was placing in there, and quickly bring it back around. So the assassin's not even aware
Nice.
that it's gone.
Have we gotten a chance to plug the transponder into the assassin to let Adam talk to it?
You did that,
I told you that, hello, this is an option.
But you said with Adam that he looks around. What other option is there? It's like we must be free of them. It's like
There's
this is
certainly options more subtle than this. This is a giant call out into the sky that here there be something. And that be you, that be me, that be everything on this earth. And the earth is where I keep my stuff. I do not want it attacked by yet another alien invasion.
Have you seen microtorts during that time frame?
I have launched microtorts. Sorry, no. Be clever, not heinous.
You've seen one alien invasion, you've seen them all.
Oh God, no! I will say that Superhero Litigator is one of my favorite things now. So this is a game that needs to happen. Anyway, he steps forward. It's like I don't understand. I thought completely that it's like the thoughts of the Atom are not concurrent with everyone else. He holds out his hand. I will talk with him again I will converse with it again if you wish, seeing as its knowledge as its wishes are the wishes of others.
Excellent. But do be aware, there are more than Adam's perspective out there in this universe of ours, and I'll pass along the implant.
So it absorbs it, and you see it go still, and the suit reforms back into its robot assassin one.
There's a fish flopping on the ground, gasping.
Ceremoniously dumping the sea bass out.
Oh,
Sadly.
that sea bass.
So
there's calcium in that sea bass.
Yes.
You're not wrong.
I could just see Barry going in the background.
As that does, you see the suit reform, and suddenly its colors seem to shift to more a silver. It's like a silver bluish tone, which, from the records and from what Iconoclast has told you, this is the base form of the Steel Centurion. And so it looks up, and speaking out of Adam's voice, I don't know how you got it, but it understands. So it still wants its people, but it wants a better way.
We'd like to figure out how to get its people free. That's totally one of our goals, but to figure out how to do it without that whole alien invasion scenario, you know.
So, quick question: have we stopped the broadcast just to make sure?
So, looking around, you see him type a couple things. Oh, wait, where was the primary? Where was the primary CPU for it?
Oh, I don't know anything about CPUs.
So, and Lo looks around and he says, "Oh," is pointing at Skeletal.
It has sensors, Spring.
Oh,
So,
Oh,
it's okay.
What do
If you want to bring that to Iconoclast, she wants to take a look at that.
Oh, that's this thing I got. Okay,
Uh,
sure.
I think we all need to get out of here before, the police choppers arrive.
yeah.
So, this is. Oh, we didn't. No, it's like, well, you actually come to the realization that you didn't make a lot of noise. There wasn't a massive fight up here. So,
They're just people shouting at the top of their lungs.
Yeah, but
in New York.
Sorry about that.
nice
Sorry about that, by the way, guys.
At
If I'm
3
sitting
a.m.
Grabbed
like
by
4
the
a.m.
wind.
So, it's about that time that you actually. That's like. He said, "Oh, but you don't have to worry about that. The ride should be coming." And about that time, you see it's like over the edge of the building, or on the roof. The Iconoclast is coming up in what appears to be a flying convertible.
that's cool.
So, hey, I got
We
this.
have a saying where I'm from, which I can't remember at the moment.
What?
Get in the car.
So, and Adam is waving weakly about that, but you managed to succeed. You have stopped the potential invasion of an alien species from another world, inadvertently harnessed by that. And since Adam and the suit are back, Iconoclast has her full listing, so you are all fully paid. Very well.
Yay.
Oh, yeah. I love being fully
Double hazard
paid.
pay.
So,
Yeah.
that'll come later in the mail as soon as she's determined that all of your molecules made it for the ride. You may have a part of a spleen missing, but that's normal.
I don't have a spleen, so it's not a problem.
I assure you, I'm feeling perfectly fine, Mrs. Pangloss. Everything is okay.
I don't like that name.
What?
I am Miss Iconoclast.
But Mrs. Pangloss,
Do you want?
It's not right.
desynced with reality. I'm seeing Mrs. Pangloss. She's a hero.
You lose your hazard pay.
I lose my hazard pay.
So,
I have no idea why.
I'm just going to say, at the sound of you saying, Mrs. Pangloss, Charles just goes, ugh,
shit.
on the ground.
But that ends the scenario. That was Return of the Robot Assassin. So, comments, questions, suggestions.
That was fun.
That was good.
You could actually make that a two-part scenario with the way we ended up doing it, because you could have ended the scenario at I realize I didn't do this, but you could have ended it at when we had rescued Adam,
Okay.
and then you could have started it off. Then in part two, it could have been like, well, turns out the thread is not over yet.
So,
Yeah, that's
yeah, because I was saying before, the base idea for this was an old story because the years ago when we did the new Arcadia games, Ross went out to China to visit his brother for about a month, so we were doing other games, and Jason did his run, which was basically was his future-esque or alternate reality story for Jamal.
Yeah.
So I was
in the middle of the Eclipse Phase campaign, wasn't it?
No, we're still doing new Arcadia stuff, if I'm not mistaken. Or that may have been when we were switching on and off between those two. So, or I could be wrong, because I apologize. We go through so much material that it's
fine.
It's dizzying to keep track of sometimes.
Yeah, that was the one where you guys were. It was heroes might be villains and villains might be heroes sort of scenario, right?
Yeah, but yeah, I had actually planned another scenario where Adam had basically started sleepwalking, and you found out it was the suit trying to communicate its relatives back in the dimension where it came from. Because when he originally got the suit, he was not aware it was even a living creature. He thought it was just a suit that they implanted onto him, and then later on, it started developing its own sentience and consciousness, kind of like the Jaime Reyes Blue Beetle. Because
I was thinking that. I didn't say Skyrim.
I kind of took a little bit of inspiration from the Reach on that when I was doing that. From that storyline, but
Which
yeah,
is also where I got some of my inspiration.
So, but I like that. But I kind of like that idea of kind of bringing them into the full Base Raiders campaign because really none of the Arcadia heroes have shown up, with the exception of like the ones in the book, specifically like Knight Errant or Iconoclast or Paragon.
Those were all NPCs, but the heroes themselves haven't. And I actually thought it was going to be like something Ross does down later in the line, where because everything's focused in New York right now. I thought, eventually we'd get the supplement or something that says now in New Arcadia, and we'd have the pre-gens in there being the heroes of New Arcadia.
Yeah, that would
yeah,
be
and
pretty fun.
Yeah, and I would say if you guys are interested in that, I was talking to Ross about that the other day to see if we would want to write supplements because he's open to the idea. But yeah, we haven't really written anything to include these characters too. So my explanation was that, kind of going in the background, that Adam and the others kind of appeared, whoever we put in appeared around the same time as Knight Errant and everybody else, and then either quietly disappeared or kind of did their own thing until it came up again. But no, I'm glad you liked the scenario too, because it was just I wanted to put in that moral quandary of like, well, do you destroy him for it, or do you manage to social engineer your way out of the situation? So
we did both.
Yes.
From my characters, yeah, that makes sense. We destroyed it the first time, then we talked down the second time.
So
I'm just happy I got to call a nanotech fish monstrosity a hopeless idealist.
No, that's
that was incredible.
So that's I did kind of actually base him off of the idea of like making a decision before thinking it all the way through. But this I'm also bringing up as the suit is it's only come into self-awareness very recently, and it's panicking because it's figuring it's going to lose that and be the only one of its kind, or its species is going to be trapped forever serving conquerors who only use them as tools. So, which was the whole idea for that. But I will go ahead and stop recording, and we can discuss this later. But this has been the Patreon game, Return of the Robot Assassin. So thanks for playing, guys.
Bye, everybody.
Fun.